I didn't eat, drink or sleep for 10 years and finally became the god of war. But sadly, I died that day at the hands of the man I once loved. At that time, 2 neutral gods of war wanted to celebrate me. But while we were talking, a zombie king burst in. As I was seriously fighting the zombie king, the 2 god of wars have turned on me. And the man who started it all. I didn't realize she was the love of my life, Yao Jinghan. As the campus beauty of our school, she chose me instead of the other boys. I was also happy to have a campus beauty girlfriend. But I didn't realize she was instructed by the young master of the Li family to approach me before the end of time, so that she could use me to help the Li family expand and then destroy me. The Li family is one of the 3 great families of Long Kingdom. It's a powerful family in Long Kingdom. I only narrowly escaped them at the cost of being disfigured. I spent the next 10 years on the run from the Li family. But I didn't realize they wouldn't let me go. I can't forgive them. I want revenge. With a loud cry, Lin Ziluo sits up violently from his bed. He subconsciously touches his eyes. He was surprised to find that his skin had gotten younger. The scene in front of me is the college dormitory 10 years ago. When he turned on his cell phone, he see a face without scars. It was only then that he realized he had been reborn. And he was reborn on the day of the endgame. He hated his last life with a passion. If Yao Jinghan hadn't been protected by the Li family at all times, with his strength, he won't die without finding a chance. It's not the end of the world yet. I could have killed her in advance. As I was thinking about it, a message came through on my cell phone. It's a message from Yao Jinghan. She said she was going to a part-time tutoring job. She can't spend his birthday with him. Oh, it's to the bed of the young master of the Li family, isn't it? In my previous life, I received a short movie from both of you as a birthday gift. It was really unforgettable. He couldn't help but clench his fists at the thought. Then he sent a message back. Okay, let's meet at 6 o'clock first, because I have a surprise for you. His eyes grow cold as he receives the message of consent. In his heart, he secretly vowed, live a new life. I myself will never let the tragedy of the past happen again. I will make you pay. Then Lin Ziluo simply cleaned up and headed to the appointed place. The sky turned an eerie red color. The unknown masses thought it was just a natural phenomenon. But Lin Ziluo understood that the blood-red sky was an omen of the endgame to come. As soon as 7 o'clock rolls around, the doomsday game will encroach on reality. And very few will survive. Soon he's in a remote warehouse. He pushes open the door to find Yao Jinghan waiting inside. She shows a look of impatience. What took you so long? What's the surprise? I'm in a hurry to get to my class. Don't worry, I'll tell you soon. Lin Ziluo smiled and answered. In his hands, he quietly pulled out the weapon he was carrying. And then he grabbed her by the neck. Ignoring her struggles, lifted her into the air. March 6th Ultra Modern Hotel. March 29th Katy Hotel. April 3rd Mirage Night Bar. Yao Jinghan panicked when he heard the list of dates and locations. Because this is exactly the record of her and Li Hao's room opening. Ziluo, let me explain. How do you want to explain it to me? After Lin Ziluo finished speaking, he then picked up the cell phone that the other person had just thrown on the ground. And on it, there's a record of the 2 of them chatting in an ambiguous manner. Are you ready for your gift to him? Don't worry, Master. It's ready. Master, don't forget to buy me the bag I like. Lin Ziluo couldn't help but sneer when he saw this. Then he found the video that had been recorded and was ready to be given to me as a gift. Then he and Yao Jinghan in the video said those words at the same time that he will never forget. Lin Ziluo, happy birthday to my stupid, cowardly boyfriend. You don't even think about it. How could I, as the campus beauty of Shanghai University, fall in love with you, a penniless orphan with nothing but your face? If the eldest young master of the Li family hadn't specially emphasized, I wouldn't even bother to look at someone like you. But if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been favored by the young master of the Li family to enjoy all the riches and honor. So thank you. Yao Jinghan sat down in his chair in despair. She can't figure out the video she secretly recorded a few minutes ago. How could the other party read it out word for word? Lin Ziluo naturally saw through him. So he said in a cold voice, are you wondering how I know all this? Go to hell and think about it. After saying that, he suddenly pulled the other party up. Then he slashed at Yao Jinghan's neck. The knife cuts the head off in an instant. Bang! The headless body then fell heavily to the ground. Lin Ziluo breathes a sigh of relief at the sight. 10 years. 10 whole years. I finally did it. He couldn't help but shed tears of excitement at this sight. 10 years of living an ignoble existence, enduring humiliation, and not wish others to see. From now on, the nightmare that has been hanging over him is over. But that's not enough. There are also Li Haobo hiding in the manor and the Li family in Kyoto who need him to take revenge. At that moment, there was a ding in my ear. Congratulations to the host for being reborn. Activate Doom Game Goldfinger System. Lin Ziluo looks at the time on his cell phone and is confused. The Doomsday Game won't arrive until 7 o'clock. It's only 6 o'clock. How can there be a system to talk about? Not to mention the fact that I've never heard of this Goldfinger system. This system is able to decrypt data in Doomsday Game. Give the host a better experience. System recognition complete. Please extract the first Super Goldfinger. Lin Ziluo sniffs though he doesn't believe it, but still tried to extract it. A few moments later came another system hint. Congratulations to the player for getting the Super Goldfinger absolute item drop rate. The item drop rate of all zombies killed by the player during the game is increased from 1% to 10%. He froze when he heard this, because this is equivalent to killing a zombie and you will definitely get an item. Then he opened the panel information. It says the current level is 0. Every 10 levels you can activate a Goldfinger attribute. Below that is a detailed description of the absolute item drop rate. I can't believe it. With this system, wouldn't he be able to completely overthrow the Li family? His heart was filled with ecstasy as he thought about this. But then he thought, the Li family is one of the 3 great families of Long Kingdom. Not only do they have a lot of Deadpool and a secret technique to enhance the human body. After the end of the world, thanks to this, the strength will expand even more. But he himself is alone. That said, he wasn't quite sure why Li Haobo was targeting him. It seems to have something to do with my long-dead father. It seems that I can only know the truth by going deep into the Li family. The original plan was to kill Li Haobo first and then hide and develop slowly. Now that I have the golden finger, I can get stronger faster. Then it's not impossible to destroy the Li family. Having made up his mind, he walked out of the warehouse as if nothing had happened. By now, there were many people outside, attracted by the red sky. Lin Ziluo ignores them and walks straight to a small hotel. Boss, get a room. 3 more bottles of water and 5 more loaves of bread. The boss, who was looking at the beautiful girl's photos, carefully replied impatiently. A single room costs $40 an hour, bread costs $3, and water costs $2 a bottle. Lin Ziluo coughed awkwardly and handed over the only $300 he had on him. Get me technician number 3, too. After receiving the key, he lay down on the bed in the room. It's still 5 minutes before 7 o'clock. From memory. Technician number 3 of this inn will be the pre-boss of this area. This time, he's going to get his reward as soon as possible. It happened that the door was knocked at this time. Then a scantily clad woman walked in. But she couldn't help frowning when she saw Lin Ziluo, who was neatly dressed. What's wrong with you? You haven't taken off your clothes yet? Hurry up, I've got customers behind me. Lin Ziluo didn't look at her, but answered lightly. You go take a shower first. The woman listened and then waltzed into the bathroom. Lin Ziluo then got up from the bed, then took out the sharp dagger in his backpack, and followed her to the bathroom. With the alarm buzzing at 7 o'clock. Technician number 3, still in the shower, suddenly freezes in place. The black veins on her skin gradually spread all over her body, and she expression becomes extremely grim. Meanwhile, Lin Ziluo is standing in the doorway watching her coldly. The next second, the mutated zombie rushes out, and he instantly swung the dagger in his hand and stabbed it in the face. Seeing that the other party lost his breath and fell heavily to the ground, Lin Ziluo relaxes and breathes a sigh of relief. A mysterious pattern appears beneath his feet. Immediately, a panel appeared in front of the peoples who had not yet mutated. The end is nigh. 80% of the world's unlucky people have changed into zombies. And the remaining 20% of the lucky ones. Please enjoy the exciting process in the game. Of course, the most important thing is to survive. After all, you only live once. Here are some of the rules of the game. Killing zombies or zombie animals will increase your level and attribute points. There is also a chance of dropping equipment, props, or supplies. Various hidden opportunities have been dropped all over the world. Please be careful and look for it carefully. At the same time, mankind's modern technology and weapons will be rendered useless. Vehicles and communication devices will also be interfered with and cannot be used. And the zombies will evolve over time. Make sure you keep up with their evolution. Newbies will have 7 days of protection. Please remember that Doomsday games are full of unknowns and possibilities. Finally, I wish you a happy game. This is the end of the text on the panel. A new panel then popped up, prompting to enter your player name. Lin Ziluo took one look at it and casually set the word Jarius. Seek revenge for the smallest grievance. He named it mainly to get revenge on his enemies from his previous life. With the name set complete, line after line of information suddenly pops up below. Congratulations to player Jarius for successfully killing a zombie and gaining experience to level 2. Congratulations on being the first player to kill a zombie in the game. Earn the unique achievement First Blood at the global level. Service-wide announcement coming soon. Lin Ziluo was very excited when he saw this, because this achievement is not only extremely hard to get, but also very rewarding. In my last life, I couldn't get it even when I became the God of War. You can imagine the difficulty. Now that he opened the system panel again, he found that his reputation and gold had both been rewarded with 1000 points. The storage space has reached 1.1 square meters. Not only all attributes have been increased by 1 point, but also 4 points of free attributes have been added. Then he went to the bathroom. At that moment, a box with a greenish glow popped up next to the zombie. Meditation necklace. Bronze level equipment. Spirit +1. Recovery speed increased by 10%. I didn't expect that it could actually drop equipment. He grabbed it in his hand and was overjoyed. Although it's just a bronze equipment, but it's better than nothing. A zombie's attributes increase dramatically at night. We must kill as many walkers as possible before 8 o'clock to level up. Then hide in a safe place. Otherwise, I will definitely not be able to deal with the enhanced zombies now. Let's start the sweep from this hotel. With that in mind, he equips his necklace and walks out of the room. He hasn't gotten very far yet. There's a sudden hissing sound from the side. Lin Ziluo follows the source of the sound and kicks in the door to a room. At that moment, a muscular zombie came into view. When the zombie saw someone approaching, it immediately swung its claws and attacked. Lin Ziluo quickly ducked down to avoid the attack. He then swooped down and plunged his dagger into his opponent's throat. It was only a matter of 2 breaths before he took care of a zombie. Then a piece of supplies appeared on the ground. It says sirloin steak, medium rare. Not a rare commodity, but it's a good place to start. And then he just kept sweeping. Room 208 is empty. Room 207 is also empty. Lin Ziluo speeds up in disappointment. When he arrived at the door of room 206, he heard the roar of 2 zombies inside. His eyes lit up and he randomly kicked open the door. But what he saw froze him in his tracks. At this time, 2 zombies were having a fierce battle. The male zombie is particularly angry at being interrupted. It immediately rushed towards the opponent. Lin Ziluo reacted by dodging to the side. Then a hammer was slammed into the zombie's head. With one blow, the zombie's skull cracked open and fell to the ground. He then pulled out the dagger he had with him, instantly striking the female zombie in the neck. And a moment later, 2 shiny boxes appeared on the ground. He was overjoyed at the sight. Wow! Double happiness. This is so cool. After killing 100 zombies, he only got half a bottle of mineral water. Now look at this. It's the difference between the unlucky and the lucky. He picks the box up and looks inside. He realizes that there are 2 identical items inside. Reconnaissance Eye, a one-time bronze level prop, able to detect movement within 10 meters. Will alert the user if someone is approaching. 10 hours of single use. Lin Ziluo was eager to try out the results first, but then there was the sound of yelling and cursing from below. Who? Making so much noise up there. So it was the innkeeper who heard the commotion and came running up. He was furious when he saw Lin Ziluo. You're the one, aren't you? You don't have any money and you still make such a big fuss. I won't let you go out until you kneel down and call me grandpa. After saying that, he punched him. Lin Ziluo's eyes looked a little colder after dodging. Then he took out the dagger and walked towards the boss. If it wasn't too much trouble, I should let you get bitten by a zombie. I'll kill you after you turn into a zombie in an hour. It's just too bad I can kill too many zombies in an hour. I won't waste any more time on you. After saying that, he waved his arm. and he took care of his opponent in an instant. In the last days, the most powerful thing is the fist. It's just a shame you don't have a strong enough fist. And then Lin Ziluo started his sweep with confidence. Hello, unclogging the sewage pipes. Hello, I'm here to fix the bed. Hello, your order has arrived. He knocked on several doors but no one answered. Frustrated, he continues his quest. At this moment, a clanging sound suddenly came from a room. He was so happy that he immediately slammed the door and broke in. The same zombies that were inside found him. With a whoosh, the dagger instantly cut across the opponent's neck. As it fell, a box appeared nearby. Picking up the white wine inside, Lin Ziluo can't help but give a thumbs up in excitement. He then searched the room some more. After confirming that it was safe, he planned to stay here for the rest of the night. But after checking his level, he frowned again. Currently, he needs 6 experience points to reach level 3. Then he picked up his cell phone and looked at it and broke out in a cold sweat. Crap, it's almost 8 o'clock. In his last life, he was one of the top 10 war gods in Long. But now he is reborn as a weakling. And he have to kill 6 zombies in 20 minutes to stay alive. Just as he passes the bar, a sign on it caught his eye. Normally, since there are 3 technicians, there should be 1 more missing. Zombies have sensitive hearing. They'll come out when they hear something. Thinking of this, he started banging with a hammer. But after waiting for a while, there was no response from the lounge. Curious, he walked in and observed. There's nothing as far as the eye can see. Just as he's about to leave, there's a movement in the ground next to him. Lin Ziluo pulls back the floor and realizes there's a hidden room underneath. There are 2 zombies climbing up the ladder. The male zombie's hand slips, and with a thud he knocks the other zombie off with him. Lin Ziluo is a bit speechless at this scene. And then he leaps down from above. The moment he hits the ground, he takes out a zombie in the process. At that moment, the other one attacked from behind with its claws outstretched. Lin Ziluo's quickest hand instantly plunged his dagger into his opponent's neck. After finishing off these 2 zombies, we are still 4 experience points short of level 3. This time, the items were a Tang Hungdao and 2 steamed buns. Lin Ziluo was a bit excited at the sight. Although Tang Hangdao is a bronze level weapon, but it's certainly much sharper than a normal dagger. This Tang crossing dagger is definitely a great addition to his current stage of life. Then he put the item into the storage space. It's now 10 minutes to 8 o'clock. Gotta get up to speed. With that thought he rushed out of the area. A few moments later he arrived at the door of the hostel. Outside, a few zombies were walking slowly and aimlessly. But after Lin Ziluo knocks and makes a noise, those zombies have found their target. One by one, they hissed and rushed in the direction of the hostel. Lin Ziluo also took out the Tang crossing sword in his space when he saw this. With a click and a wave, these zombies fall to the ground one after another before they can react. Congratulations to the player for leveling up to 3. You still need 30 experience points for the next level up. He breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the system's beep. Turning his head, he realized it was a slightly intelligent zombie that heard the commotion and ran over. For this kind of giveaway, Lin Ziluo is obviously not going to let it go. As the zombie fell, a skill book appeared on the ground. Lin Ziluo froze in his tracks when he saw this. But immediately afterward, a sense of crisis arose in his heart. If I'm not mistaken, 8 o'clock is already here. With that in mind, he took a few steps back from his original position. The next second there was a thud. The position where he was standing just now was attacked. The smoke clears. He saw a first-level zombie appear here. The zombie that gained the night increase exceeded Lin Ziluo in strength, spirit, and constitution. He saw this and his face became grave as well. The zombie's strength will peak in a minute. He must kill it within 1 minute. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. Lin Ziluo slashed at his opponent's neck in an instant with his Tang Hungdao. However, the sharp Tang Hangdao was stuck on it. No matter how hard he tried, it didn't help. Lin Ziluo sees this and immediately pulls away, then took the hammer out of the storage space again. Go to hell. With a shout, he slammed the hammer with all his might. The zombies in the narrow corridor have no time to avoid. It can only watch helplessly as the hammer hits itself in the face. Lin Ziluo followed suit the moment he threw the hammer. He leaps up and pulls out his stuck Tang Hangdao. The zombies that reacted pounced on him like he was crazy. Lin Ziluo, with his Tang Hungdao in hand, is calm and collected. silently gazing at the zombies rushing towards him. In an instant, the blade that gathered the strength of his entire body slashed through the zombie's neck at a sharp angle. With a bang, the zombie fell to the ground and lost its voice. Lin Ziluo breathes a sigh of relief. The zombie's attributes have peaked just now. If it wasn't for his past life's experience and his timing today, he wouldn't have been able to win. It's now past 8 o'clock. All the zombies out there have had their attributes increased by at least 50%, and he just had a pretty big fight with the last zombie. If he doesn't deal with it quickly, he might attract other zombies. With that in mind, Lin Ziluo rushes to stack a few walkers on top of each other to block the doorway. Then he turned around and went back to his room. After placing the scouting eye on the floor, a light green glow instantly covers the surrounding area of 10 meters. Then he took a hot bath with a happy heart. And then he couldn't wait to check out the today's haul. Among the items obtained is a ring of night, a liter of mineral water, 2 scouting eye, and a sliced Kyoto duck. Good stuff. Lin Ziluo picks up the ring of night and can't help but marvel at it. Attributes show bronze level equipment, agility +1. Equipping it after nightfall reduces one's presence by 30%. He decisively puts the ring on his hand, looking again at the most anticipated skill book. Skill books are precious. The probability of it popping up is about 1/100,000. In his last life, he surpassed 99% of the players in the world by having 10 skills. So you can imagine how precious this skill book is. Lin Ziluo nervously rubbed his hands together, then opened the ancient book. The next moment there was a flash of golden light. Roundhouse chop. Warrior class skills. Throwing a weapon from your hand deals 120% power attribute damage. Weapon flies back to hand when it hits an enemy or reaches its longest distance. Lin Ziluo is thrilled to see this. Others are struggling to survive in the apocalypse. They will even sell their bodies in order to get food. But in the apocalypse, he not only kept getting rewards and materials, even skill books with a 1/100,000 burst rate can be obtained with ease. The moment he see the skill book showing the cycle around chop attack, Lin Ziluo was ecstatic. And then he couldn't wait to start learning. He originally wanted to try the power of the skill now, but this room is still a bit small for that. He has no choice but to eat his dinner first, after a meal of gluttony. With a full stomach, he looks out at the night sky and ponders. Then he took out a pen and paper and planned his future. The first thing he needs to do is decide on his career direction. There are generally only 2 professions in the apocalypse: warriors and mages. Warriors are categorized as pure warriors, need shields, assassins, and archers. Mages, on the other hand, mainly focus on spiritual attributes. But you can be a melee mage if you add points to your constitution and strength. Other than that, there is also a hidden profession that very few people know about. In my previous life, my career was a mirage. Mirage is similar to the top assassin type. Agility is maxed out, single target damage is extremely high. Because of this attribute, I was able to escape the Li family's pursuit for 10 years many times. Only 1% of the world's population has access to hidden professions. Those who have hidden professions are all future gods of war and magic. Although Lin Ziluo wrote down a lot of hidden careers on paper, but after thinking about it, he finally decided to switch to Mirage in the future, because this is the one he most familiar with and has the highest success rate. Thinking of this, he distributed the free attributes he gained from his upgrade. 3 points to strength, 2 points to agility. With the operation complete, a wave of warmth instantly filled his body. The next day came quickly. There were shouts and curses in a villa. Li Haobo is now angrily swinging a bat and smashing everything around him. Where the hell is Yao Jinghan? She caused my material preparation to be incomplete. I didn't even send it to that trash Lin Ziluo in time. And this fucking doomsday game. All deserve to die. The old housekeeper next to him tried to persuade him. Young master, please keep your voice down. We've lost a lot of bodyguards. If another walker comes in, it may not save your life. But Li Haobo doesn't listen to him. Instead, he gets more and more agitated. Didn't my father say a few days ago that hunting mercenary group was coming to find me? They should have arrived in the magic city by now, right? Tell them to find Yao Jinghan. Live and let die. And that punk Lin Ziluo. I'm gonna give him a nervous breakdown. At the same time, Lin Ziluo, unaware of this, suddenly sneezes. He packs his backpack and then leaps off the ledge and tumbles out. The streets are filled with zombies wandering around in a daze. When he saw this, he took out the Tang sword from his storage space. Cycle around chop is activated. As the long sword shining with cyan light continued to rotate forward in the air, after reaching its limit, it makes a spiral turn. The few zombies around us that can't react are easily eliminated in an instant. Lin Ziluo is very satisfied with the situation. Cycle around chop is good, though. But the downside is that my mental strength is too weak. As a result, the cooldown time of this skill is a bit long. Then he picked up the supplies that fell on the ground. A clean men's shirt, respectively. 1 Kung Pao chicken over rice. And a precision watch. It's just common supplies, though. But he picked them up and pocketed them. Just then he caught sight of the golden scroll on the ground. Equipment enhancement scroll, capable of enhancing bronze level equipment. Lin Ziluo saw the description and took out the Tang horizontal sword, and used the enhancement scroll's function. Tang sword's strength attribute was increased by 1 point after the successful reinforcement. The blade is also sharper, reflecting the dazzling light under the scorching sun. He checked it out and then put the Tang horizontal sword back into the storage space. At this moment, a prompt suddenly came to his ears. Congratulations to the player who has obtained the hidden mask equipment. Bronze level items. After wearing it, you can hide your nickname, level and other basic information for 30 minutes. Can be used twice a day. Lin Ziluo picked it up and scratched his head in confusion. It's the first time he's seen this kind of equipment. Then he tried it on his face. After a few moments, the mask slowly turned transparent. Then after seeing that there were no zombies around, he lies down on the ground and rests for a while. He was going to head straight to Li Haobua's place, Li's villa. After resting, he rushed to his destination. After a morning's journey, he's gone about a third of the way. Passed by a residential building on the way. Lin Ziluo picks a room at random and prepares to take a break. He walked over and slashed the lock on the door. The room was a mess. All sorts of things were strewn about. As he vigilantly makes his way through the dirty living room to the bedroom hallway, suddenly a roar came from within. Lin Ziluo carefully leans in. There's a thud. A sharp claw clawed out from the crack in the door. When he reacted, he instantly swung his sword and cut the outstretched arm into 2 pieces. But then suddenly there was a clicking sound all around him. The man quietly peeks into the doorway. And in the next instant, a pair of sharp claws come barreling out. He immediately crouched down and instantly swung his sword, cutting that arm in half. But then there was a loud bang behind him. He went out vigilantly to check. He saw that the wooden door of the next room was also penetrated by 2 sharp claws. The zombie is trying to break through the door. But as soon as he peeks out, Lin Ziluo slashes his neck. After he finishes off the zombies, he curiously looks into the room. He finds a family photo of 3 people sitting on the table. Lin Ziluo doesn't think much of it and turns back into the living room to rest. Then picked out today's food from the storage space. Looking at the delicious food that instantly appeared on the table, he immediately began to devour it. It wasn't long before there were only scraps left on the plate. Then he lay down on the couch and looked at the pre-downloaded map. Currently on Pingshan Road. I can probably get to this place by going straight east in the afternoon. I am still a bit short of level 5. Just killing zombies along this path should be enough to level up. With that in mind, he's ready to pack up and get out of here. But just as he reached the door, there were small footsteps. As his attributes improve, his sense of hearing becomes more acute. The conversation outside was muffled, but he could still hear it. Have him come out yet? No, it's not. I clearly heard footsteps just now. Hasn't he come out yet? At this time, 3 people were quietly ambushing at the door. Listen to me. You also smelled the food just now. That person definitely has some cards that can conjure delicious food, but I don't think it's a good idea for us to rob him. The girl is still hesitant. The yellow-haired man snorted at that. What's wrong with that? Wait for him to come out and stab him. Then just threaten to hand over the cards he's got on him. Lin Ziluo quietly walked around behind the 3 people at this time. And unbeknownst to them, they're still talking. The girl's brother reassures her. Sis, it's our door he's destroying. We'll call it burglary. The girl finally nodded as she listened. Not long ago, her father suddenly turned into a zombie. She and her brother panicked and ran out of the house without taking anything. She haven't eaten anything since yesterday. This is all we can do. Okay, just rob him. I'm going to rob him of all his stuff. After some ideological struggle, she still chose to follow. And just then a thick stream of blood splashed violently into her face. Lin Ziluo killed the yellow-haired man instantly with a single sweep of his blade. The girl sat on the ground in shock at the sight. And then he threw his right hand out with great force. Tang's sword whirled and slashed out with the sound of howling wind. It didn't stop after slashing through the girl's neck. It continues to chase after the fleeing brother. Finally, after completing his mission, the Tang sword turns around and returns to Lin Ziluo's hands. And 3 of the men who were meant to be in the ambush have now lost their lives. Lin Ziluo swept their corpses with an expressionless look. A man who abandons his sister is a waste of resources. He deserved to be killed in this botched robbery. You should thank me for not torturing you, and let you die so happily, lest you suffer more at the end of time. And with that thought, he left the place without looking back. The thought of killing Li Hao was soon. He was filled with motivation. The time is fast approaching evening. The zombies continue to roam the streets. At this point, a woman upstairs looks down with a surprised expression. Hubby, look, Superman. The man doesn't believe it but follows his wife's gaze. There's a man with a long sword and a masked face harvesting zombies. Due to Lin Ziluo's hidden mask activated, so they can't see anything about each other. The wife was going to ask Superman down there for help, but the husband stopped him. Don't think about it. It'll only reveal our position. If we draw zombies to us, we're done for. And this Superman is hiding his identity. How can he be willing to save lives? The wife has given up on the idea of help. But some people still don't understand such a simple truth. A woman in a red dress called out to Lin Ziluo. Come and save me, handsome boy. The woman shouts and gestures. She was sure that with her figure and beauty, few men would fail to be impressed. If a hot girl in a post-apocalyptic world came to you for help, what would you do? This man ignored the girl's cries for help. As he walks, he looks at the items he just dropped. They are braised pork with dried plums and vegetables, cold medicine and toothpaste. The woman upstairs sees Lin Ziluo ignoring him. She immediately snorted with a cold grunt of having eyes and not recognizing him. Tai. I have over 30,000 followers online. There is also a rich fan who gives me gifts every day. How dare you, a man in a mask, not look at me? I will make you pay. With that, she furiously picked up the nearby flower pot and threw it outward. The flower pot was aimed at Lin Ziluo, who was checking out the supplies. And he seems to have sensed the danger. So he takes a few quick steps forward to avoid it. The next second, there was a bang and the flower pot hit the exact spot where he was just now. And seeing Lin Ziluo's attention drawn to herself, the woman hurriedly put on a pitiful face. Come out and get me out of here. There's a couple of zombies here. I'm scared. As long as you save me, I will hold hands with you. Lin Ziluo didn't say anything after hearing that. With a slight movement of his mind, he pulled out a card from his storage space. Raw meat soaked in the zombie virus. This is affectionately known as the zombie lure in the post-apocalyptic world. Once it's out, every zombie within 100 meters will be chasing after the raw meat. Then he just threw it lightly. The flesh fell through the window into the woman's room. The woman immediately cursed out the window. I don't want any food. I want you to take me to safety. Do you not understand human language? Just as she finished speaking, she suddenly heard a crash from the doorway. Puzzled, she turned her head to look. She screams in terror and is on the verge of peeing herself, because a large number of zombies have already crashed through the door and rushed in. With the sound of screaming, a stream of blood also splattered into midair, and her life ended in the mouth of a zombie. Lin Ziluo turned around and left the place with no expression on his face. In his mind it was a lesson for anyone else who wanted to cry for help in the end times. And that is that you have to recognize yourself when you're a human being. A woman wants to use her beauty to get the man below her to come up and save her. But the man throws a piece of raw meat soaked with a virus into her room. She pissed herself when she saw it, because this piece of raw meat could draw all the zombies around it. Next thing you know, there's a huge amount of zombies crashing through the door and coming in. And with a spray of blood in the air, she was killed by the zombies. Lin Ziluo turns and walks away without a look on his face. At the same time it warns the others. In the eschatology, recognize yourself and don't ask for help from strangers. Watching the zombies all around him gather around, He doesn't linger any longer. And walks out of here. Soon a large gymnasium appeared in front of him. And this is one of his targets. Calculating the time, there are still 2 hours until night. That should be enough. According to the memory of his previous life, there should be a silver-level wild treasure chest in the stadium. In the setting of a doomsday game, special situations will occur in the city's landmark buildings, such as duplicates, hidden merchants, robots, wild treasure chests, and the like. Wild treasure chests are scattered all over the place. Anyone can open them. But the boss chest will only appear after killing the boss. Although wild treasure chests are more golden, but it's also a lot harder to get. In his current situation, if he can get a silver equipment, his strength will increase by leaps and bounds. When he thought about it, he took a big step inside. But at that moment, the system's voice suddenly rang in his ears. It is detected that the host is about to enter the Magic City Stadium. Hereby publish the mission 1 against 100. Please kill 100 zombies in the Magic City Stadium. Reward for the quest is a random common gold finger and a bronze mask. Does the host accept the quest? Lin Ziluo's brow furrowed at the sight of this. With the time coming to the second day of the end, most of the zombies have reached level 2. Killing 100 zombies is not easy. Not to mention in a wide open area like a gym. As long as there is any noise, a large number of zombies will be attracted. Originally, he just planned to avoid the zombies and take the treasure chest before evacuating. He didn't expect to suddenly issue this task. To be on the safe side, Lin Ziluo asked, "Is there a penalty if you don't accept the quest or if you fail?" Then the panel says there is no penalty. So whether he succeeds or fails, he has nothing to lose. With this in mind, he decisively accepted the mission. From memory, the silver chest should be in the warehouse on level 3. Enter through the side door. Then fight your way up the security tunnel on the first level. When the battle reaches the infirmary on the second floor, it's almost 8 o'clock and night will fall. There is a bed in the infirmary, just sleep there for the night. And then the next day, I'll go back up. I will be able to arrive at the third floor warehouse around noon the next day. After opening the treasure chest, jump down directly along the edge of the floor outside and escape. He's happy with the plan he's made. Then he took out his tang sword and gently cut open the door lock. But the moment he pushed the door open, a zombie appeared in the room. The zombie sees someone approaching and opens its mouth to roar. Lin Ziluo sees this and rushes over in an instant. Before the zombie could make a sound, he stabbed Tang's sword into the zombie's mouth. Then he took out the hammer from the storage space with his other hand, and he slammed it into the zombie's face. And then finished him off with a single slash. Lin Ziluo breathed a sigh of relief when he was done. If it makes a sound, I will have no choice but to retreat. And just when he was happy, a small, translucent box slowly appeared at the zombie's side as well. He practiced basketball for 2.5 years to be the prettiest zombie on the street. But today, not only was a man stabbed in the mouth with a sword, but he was also mercilessly humiliated by that man who smashed a hammer in his face. In the end, it could only leave this world in humiliation, after Lin Ziluo resolves the other side. Unsurprisingly, an item was also revealed. Then he kicked him. A key fell to the ground. The item is a one-time use item. Super Flash Bomb. Can emit a blinding white light that causes blindness in those who see it. After reading the introduction, Lin Ziluo was overjoyed. Going to Lee's Manor tomorrow night. This is definitely a no-frills group control prop. Then he looked at the key again. He guessed it would be the master key to the gym, though it's not very useful. But it does more or less eliminate the need to break down doors. Reduced the noise that attracts zombies. He puts it away and leaves. Then he tiptoed over to the ping-pong hall, and then cautiously pushed open the door and looked in, only to see that it's densely populated with zombies. Before the zombies notice this place, with a quick shimmy, he gets under the ball table in the room. After a few moments of calculation, he found a total of 17 walkers. These zombies are similar to himself in terms of attributes. A normal person would have to use all their strength to fight one of them. But for him, 17 zombies are not invincible. And the door to the ping-pong room is closed. As long as it doesn't make too much noise, the walkers outside will not come in. I can take out the walkers and get to level 5 first. Then I'll fight the other 15 walkers. With that in mind, he drills out. Then he slashed at the nearest zombie. In the next second, the sharp tang sword cut through the opponent's head. Bang! The zombie fell to the ground and lost his voice. It's not a big sound, but it's still heard by a few walkers. The zombies immediately looked over. Then they roared and rushed over. And Lin Ziluo's face grew a bit heavier as he saw this. He quickly ducks under the table with the sword, holding his breath like a viper. As soon as the zombies get close, they're going to take out the two closest ones. Then he leaned forward and came out again. The tang sword in his hand cuts through the next zombie's neck with uncanny precision. After eliminating 4 zombies, he has successfully leveled up to level 5. The free attribute points gained from the upgrade were put on agility without hesitation. After doing so, he had no more qualms. He jumps onto the table with his feet. Bang! The commotion reaches the ears of all the zombies in the gym. The nearest zombie roared and attacked with a wave of claws. But before it could get close, he kicked him into the distance. But in the direction of the zombie's fall, a room door actually slowly opens a crack. The yellow-haired survivor is shocked when he sees situation inside. After calming down, he rolled his eyes and began to think, I can't believe the people in there are so fierce. Well, he must have a lot of supplies on him, too. Just wait until he's dead. I'll be able to pick up the supplies. With that in mind, he peeks into the doorway again. He saw that all the zombies in the room were gathering around Lin Ziluo. Since you're dying, I'll be merciful and give you a ride. I need to find a way to attract more walkers. The yellow-haired man smiles sinisterly when he says that. And shortly after that, Lin Ziluo, who was fighting the zombies, there was a sudden thumping sound in his ear. He turns his head to look. Instant cold sweat. Damn it! I can't believe the zombies outside noticed this place. They're banging on the door. The man is fighting a dozen zombies on his own. But he didn't realize there was another pair of eyes watching him from behind. The owner of those eyes then revealed a sinister smile. And not long after, there were bursts of banging on the door. Lin Ziluo's face changed when he heard it. Damn it! The zombies outside have found this way. It doesn't take long for the door and the wall to crack. Lin Ziluo speeds up his actions. He don't know how much longer this door can hold. It seems that after killing these zombies, he can only make a strategic retreat. With that in mind, he took the initiative and leaned towards the zombie in front of him. The 3 nearest zombies hissed and lunged at the same time. Lin Ziluo turned over and rolled to the other side. The zombies swooped in and then staggered and turned around. And just at this moment, a sharp, cold aura violently flashed by. With a poof, they were skewered into candy canes. A set of moves down the line. Lin Ziluo's stamina has been depleted. He's hiding under the table, breathing heavily. Prepare for a short break. At that moment he suddenly notices a blue bottle at his feet. Stamina potion. Instantly restores 20% of your stamina when consumed. Lin Ziluo felt as if he had found a treasure after reading the introduction. Quickly opened it and drank it in one gulp. After regaining some of his strength, he then stood up and violently swung the tang sword in his hand. The instant the cycle around chop was activated, it took out a zombie. He then decisively crouched down to pick up the other 2 supplies that were dropped by the zombies he killed earlier. Opening the box and taking a look. Inside is an earthen-colored bracelet. Bracelet of spikes. Spirit +1. Attached skill Spike Assault. Can summon a line of spikes from the ground. Gives a critical hit to a ranged area. Skill cooldown 24 hours. After reading the description, he took the bracelet in his hand and was overjoyed. Wow, a skill-type equipment. I'm very lucky, right? Immediately after that he put it on his wrist. Unexpectedly, it can also be automatically adjusted according to the size of your wrist. Convenient. And just then the door to the ping-pong hall came crashing down. At this point, Lin Ziluo doesn't look as flustered as he did before. Instead, he taps and makes noise to attract the zombies. The walker at the door freezes for a moment. After hearing the sound, they immediately spotted the target. After reacting, they start scrambling towards Lin Ziluo. But he stands still and waits for the zombies to approach. After a moment, he kicked hard towards the table next to him. And he's up in the air for the moment. Immediately after that he uses a dashing backflip. The skill Spike Assault is activated. Suddenly, a huge spike made of soil rose up from the ground, directly pierced through the zombie rushing at the front. Meanwhile the shaking of the ground continues. It's as if a stronger force is brewing. Lin Ziluo chuckles at this scene. The fun has just begun. What to do when you are surrounded by hundreds of zombies in a post-apocalyptic world. Not only is this man not scared, he is still thinking about sleeping. But when he arrived at the infirmary on the second floor, his expression changed drastically. Just a short time ago, as Lin Ziluo's spike assault skill is unleashed, the ground shakes and countless spikes appear. In an instant, they've pierced every walker in their range. A line of information popped up on the panel. Gained experience, gold and equipment. Taking this opportunity, he quickly picked up the items that fell on the ground. Short-range launcher, capable of launching an item to a specified range. Boots of the wind. Additional skill, increases your movement speed by 20% for 10 seconds. After reading the introduction, Lin Ziluo got equipped. At this point, as the spikes slowly retracted, zombies in the distance gathered around again. Lin Ziluo wastes no time in stuffing the zombie virus-soaked meat into the short-range launcher. The trigger is pulled. With a bang, the raw meat is fired in rapid succession. A group of zombies smelled the scent and instantly looked frantic. Then they rushed over one after another. Seeing this scene, Lin Ziluo directly activated the skill of the wind boots, spread his legs and rushed towards the door with all his strength. Soon he's around the corner on the second floor. It's an hour to 8. After dark, the zombies' attributes will increase dramatically. It's not cost-effective to deal with zombies like this. I can only find a place to rest first, and wait until dawn tomorrow. Then Lin Ziluo targeted the infirmary. He went up to the door and yanked on the knob, but it was locked. And then he pulls out the key and gets ready to stick it in. But then he realized something was wrong. It's supposed to be 7 o'clock when the end comes. It is impossible to lock the door of the infirmary at this time, unless it was locked after the apocalypse. Lin Ziluo analyzes the situation instantly. He frowned, and could only hope that the people inside would be honest. When the door opened, it was pitch black, and he couldn't see a thing. He carefully closed the door behind him. A knife was suddenly at his neck. At the same time, a low voice spoke. "Who are you? How did you get a key to the infirmary?" Lin Ziluo didn't say a word and reached out and grabbed his arm in an instant. The next moment there was the sound of bones breaking. That hand also turned 180 degrees. Just as the man tries to let out a scream, Lin Ziluo took out a rag directly from his storage space and stuffed it into his mouth. Then he took out a modified rag and stuck it on the window of the infirmary. "Turn on the light. I have covered all the places where light is transmitted." A moment later the man in the darkness hesitates before flicking the switch for the light. At this point there are only 2 women and 2 maintenance men in the room. Seeing the resentful look in the eyes of the yellow-haired man who just attacked him, Lin Ziluo strode over. He smiled and immediately slashed the man's neck with his dagger. The 4 people next to him froze in their tracks. As the man falls to the ground helplessly, the other dagger he had hidden in his sleeve fell out as well. Lin Ziluo innocently touched himself head. "Don't take this the wrong way, folks. I am a good man. As you can see, he provoked me first. I had no choice but to fight back. I'm a very reasonable man. As long as everyone loves each other, nothing will happen." Although the female doctor was very scared after hearing this, but she stepped forward with a sense of calm. That man deserved what he got. We all saw it. Don't you think so? The other 3 are nodding their heads in agreement. That's good. Lin Ziluo checks out the room as he speaks. He finds a comfortable spot and sits down. "Please deal with this body and blood stains." When the boss spoke, several people immediately agreed. The 2 maintenance men moved the body elsewhere, and the female doctor and the nurse set about treating the blood on the floor. As they work, Lin Ziluo is also watching the crowd with narrowed eyes. He had a feeling he'd seen this female doctor somewhere before. Then he used the system to check her profile. Nickname Zhong Yishui, level 0. Zhong Yishui, it's her. I've seen her before in my last life, in the latter part of the apocalypse. At that time, she was already the owner of the hidden profession, divine healer. At that time, she had treated the scars on my face, and I always came to her for treatment when I was seriously injured several times later. Although the profession of healer was respected in the late apocalypse. But it's just a tool, man. If you're not strong enough, you can die at any time. After the ravages of Armageddon, there's still a big difference between the way she looked then and the way she looks now. That's why I didn't recognize her right away. But it's amazing how fate works. It's amazing that you can meet someone you know on the second day of the apocalypse. Thinking about it, Lin Ziluo looked at his watch. He realized it was already 8:30. Then he started the necessary meal session every day. With 4 cards used, several exquisite delicacies appeared on the table. And then he ate them in front of the envious gazes of a few people. These dishes looked delicious. The flavors are quite aromatic as well. A few people who've been hungry all day are drooling involuntarily. Zhong Yixue stepped forward and inquired, "Where did you get this food? I wonder if we'll have access to it." Hearing this, Lin Ziluo's mouth revealed a malicious smile. "Want to eat? It's easy. Just do one thing for me. Just for a bite of white rice." It's amazing how 2 girls are willing to use their bodies in exchange. It turns out this is a world where zombies are rampant. In order to fill their stomach, and they have no choice but to fulfill whatever the man asks of them. But just when the girl finally made up her mind, the man took out a piece of paper and handed it to her, and said that this paper had some medicines written on it that he needed. "Just find it and give it to me." She didn't realize it was as simple as that. Zhong Yixue froze for a moment and then agreed. Then Lin Ziluo handed another piece of paper to the 2 repairmen. "These are some of the small items I need. The 4 of you working hard to make these tonight. I'm leaving at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Before I leave, I'll give you food based on how much you've made." And with that, he went into the innermost room. Once in the room, Lin Ziluo checked the quest information. "I've killed 45 zombies so far. At this rate, 6 hours in the morning should be enough time." With that in mind, he went to bed and fell asleep. The next day soon arrived. When he opened the door, he saw a few people busy cleaning up the floor. Once he's checked that it's okay, he distributes the food cards to a few people, and he shows them how to use the cards. The 4 hungry men learn how to use this, and immediately begin to devour the food. Lin Ziluo sipped his coke and thought of many things. "Let's give Zhong Yixue a heads up. She helped me so many times in her previous life. If we can establish a good relationship in advance in this life, it's not a bad way to go in the future." So he spoke up and said, "Get out of here around 12 o'clock noon. I should have cleared out the zombies in the gym by then. Don't lose track of time." With that, he just opened the door and walked out. At this point, there are a lot of zombies out in the hallway. Lin Ziluo smiles and rushes across the street with his tang sword. It was like chopping up a melon and chopping up a vegetable, and in no time at all, most of them were taken out. After he's done, he walks around looking for a target. Soon he's in the men's restroom. Lin Ziluo walked in vigilantly, holding a knife. But what he saw was something he couldn't bear to look at. "FK, are zombies wearing no pants these days?" The zombie who was urinating turned around when he heard the noise. There was a moment of awkwardness. The zombie that reacted roared and rushed over. Unexpectedly, before it got close, it suddenly tripped over the pants underneath. He saw Zombie fall down in front of him. Lin Ziluo easily takes the head with a smile. After a bit of searching, he walks out of the bathroom. He thought this place had been cleared and just wanted to leave. But then there was a commotion in the women's bathroom next door. There are zombies here. And there probably won't be any living people either. Isn't it just a women's toilet? It's the end of the world. Don't worry about the details for the sake of the mission. With determination, Lin Ziluo slowly opened the door to his room with a blush on his face. But there's nothing inside. When he reached the second to last cubicle, 2 roars came from inside and the timbre is different. He decisively cracks the lock and pulls the door open. A shocking image came to him immediately afterward, only to see 2 zombies are closely fitting together. Lin Ziluo's mouth was wide open in disbelief. FKR, they so good at playing? Do you know of any special fetishes that zombie couples have? Their favorite thing to do is hide in the toilet and hug each other. And after the man opened the door and saw this unbearable scene, he froze for a few seconds and said, "Oh my God." At this time, the 2 zombies reacted and rushed over with roars. Lin Ziluo saw this and dodged to the side. Immediately after that, he instantly backhanded and slashed. And this zombie couple's life is over. Then he took out his worn-out mobile phone, taking pictures of 2 zombies. After observing them for a while, he suddenly felt that they looked familiar. No, this looks more and more like the famous zombie couple. Based on his experience in his last life, the zombie couple was first discovered in the Mordor gym. They are inseparable and have a high tacit understanding. Their strength is second only to the zombie emperor. If a zombie couple joins forces, they can have a good fight with the god of war or the emperor of the zombies. I really didn't expect that. They would be killed by me unintentionally on the third day of the apocalypse. Then Lin Ziluo bent down and picked up the props on the ground. Stone of Fusion, one-time use bronze level item. Able to fuse 2 bronze equipment of the same type. And have a chance to increase the level of the equipment. He read it and excitedly put the item into his storage space. Then he turned around and prepared to leave the place. But out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly notices a faint blue aura flickers in one of the compartments. Wow, what a day of pure luck. Also found a wild bronze treasure chest. As he presses his palm on top of the treasure chest, a fruit that looked like an apple slowly floated out of the chest. Physique fruit, category, rare. Permanently increases constitution by 2 points after consuming this fruit. After getting excited, Lin Ziluo quickly rinsed it with water. Then he took a bite out of the fruit. The sweet flavor of the fruit fills the mouth in an instant. This delicious sensation made his eyes tear up involuntarily. As the fruit was eaten, his constitution was permanently increased by 2 points. Now he's made up for his shortcomings. He looks around to make sure there are no walkers and walks out, humming a little tune. Soon followed the security corridor to the 3rd floor. As soon as you open the door, the smell of blood hits your nose. The corridors are filled with corpses. There are not only human corpses but also zombie corpses. Seeing this, Lin Ziluo also became more vigilant. Normally zombies don't attack their own kind. There's only 2 things that could have caused this. The boss will have more power than a normal walker of the same level. They prefer humans as food rations. Even without humans, they'll eat their own kind to satisfy their appetites. The second is a zombie animal. The probability is relatively small. The more powerful the animal, the more likely it is to zombify. Zombified animals will not only kill humans, but also zombies. Lin Ziluo observes the corpse's wounds and suddenly turns pale. A zombie cat? Zombie cats have a keen sense of hearing and perception. It definitely knows I'm coming. Now it's time to see if it's going to sneak up on me or kill me head-on. I have to sense its position to get a head start. With this in mind, he carefully used his hearing to sense it. But the next second he suddenly opened his eyes and realized something was wrong. Then a shrill cat meow rang in his ears. An ordinary cat became the top of the food chain. After its mutation, it likes nothing better than to hunt humans and zombies. And Lin Ziluo is cautious after realizing he's encountering a zombie cat. He was trying to sense his opponent's position to get a head start, but suddenly a shiver ran through his heart and a bad feeling came over him. Then a sharp claw stretched out towards his neck in an instant. In the heat of the moment, he subconsciously leaned back to avoid it, and uses Tang Sword to force his opponent back. This gives he time to check the zombie cat's attributes. Sharp-clawed zombie cat, bronze level boss, level 9. Skills, Shadow Surge and Cat's Eye Gaze. And an extremely powerful talent. Wounds are torn after damaging an enemy. Healing speed decreased by 40%, wound bleeds 40% faster. At this point the zombie cat landed and let out a growl. It activated its Shadow Surge skill. Like a bolt of lightning, it stretched out its claws and attacked the opponent. Lin Ziluo immediately took out his Tang Sword and slashed at it. The zombie cat also showed the advantage of high agility, adjusting in the air to avoid it and then striking again in an instant. But Lin Ziluo is no slouch either. He adjusts the direction of Tang Sword's attack as his opponent adjusts his stance. The two collided in the next second. There was a poof. The zombie cat's sharp claws were instantly sliced off a couple of them. With a howl of pain, the zombie cat quickly jumps into the distance. Lin Ziluo has a smug look on his face when he sees it. The claws have fallen off. Come and hit me. A zombie cat can't take that kind of insult. It roared up to the sky and used another skill, Cat's Eye Gaze. Its dark red pupils seem to have some kind of magic in them. Lin Ziluo was pulled into the illusion as soon as he looked at him. A hideous giant cat head slowly approaches in the endless darkness. But suddenly it was dispersed into nothingness by the murderous aura released by Lin Ziluo. He said in a cold voice with no expression on his face, "Compete with me about who is scarier, you don't deserve it. Compared with my 10 years of experience in the apocalypse, this is simply not enough." The illusion instantly breaks like a mirror. The zombie cat lets out an agonized cry of anguish at the backlash. It didn't understand why the person in front of it was able to release such a horrible killing aura. After reacting, it quickly turned around and fled into the distance. Lin Ziluo has been waiting for this moment. He immediately used his roundhouse chop. The sharp tang sword whips through like a whirlwind. Next second, the zombie cat's neck was scratched with a puff. With the boss dead, a large amount of experience and rewards also refreshed the panel. Congratulations to the player for becoming the first person to kill a bronze-level boss in the apocalypse. Obtained the only global achievement, Bronze Death. Service-wide announcement coming soon. After the announcement, the name Jarius was once again brought up by the crowd. Jarius again, who is this guy? Why is it that all the world announcements are about him? Brother Jarius is so handsome. I've decided to marry you. It's just sensationalism. I don't even bother to be on this announcement. The name is full of long-was myths. It must be one of ours. If such a strong man is willing to join us, our strength will be greatly enhanced. In the gymnasium at this time, Lin Ziluo couldn't take a break to check his rewards. Bronze Death title, all attributes +2. Weakens the base attributes of bosses or normal beings below bronze level by 5%. After reading, Lin Ziluo was so excited that he equipped it on his body. Then he walked towards the box that the zombie cat dropped. The zombie cat's horn. Blowing the horn summons a zombie cat with sharp claws. The player can command a zombie cat for 30 minutes. The zombie cat inherits 60% of the player's basic attributes. But zombie cats will not drop items when they kill enemies. It turns out to be a summoning type item, and it has growth potential. Now I'm in luck. That means I have a permanently available helper for no reason at all. You are full of treasures. Lin Ziluo was so pleased that he didn't even let go of the zombie cat's body and put it directly into his storage space. He then arrived outside the warehouse on the 3rd floor. According to the memories of his last life, the silver chest is in that warehouse. But the scene inside the room when he opened the door left him dumbfounded. There are scattered human bones and eyeballs everywhere inside. Apparently these were collected by zombie cats. I didn't expect this cat's taste to be really unusual. It's a harmless-looking zombie cat, but its room is littered with collected eyeballs. Lin Ziluo was stunned when he saw this scene. Anyone who sees this will be frightened. Then he started rummaging around the room. Finally, behind a white cloth, he found the object of his goal. The silver chest is glowing with a light green hexagonal light. Lin Ziluo can't wait to put his hand on the chest. As the chest opens, a skill book and a piece of silver equipment float out. Skill Explosive Double Slash. Warrior class skill. Able to attack twice instantly. Explodes when all of them hit an enemy. Explosion damage is 70% of your strength attribute. Not bad, just what I need. This is a very difficult skill. If you are a novice, you will not be able to complete an instant 2-hit combo. But I'm confident. I'll never miss a hit with my hands. He picked up the silver equipment with anticipation after clicking Learn Skill. White Wing Cloak. Woven together from the feathers of many rare birds. The back of the cloak is also encoded with a special spell. Allows equipment to glide for a short period of time. Attaches the skill Short Stagnant. Enables a short stagnant effect during jumps and landings. Wow! A cloak with skills. He puts it on in awe and joy. And now there's just one last task left. Completing the 1-against-1 mission issued by the Goldfinger system. With this in mind, he traveled to the 2nd floor. I had a hard time beating up a ping-pong hall full of walkers last night. I'm strong enough now to clean out 2nd floor. With the sound of his tapping, the zombies in the badminton hall turn their heads to look at him. This time Lin Ziluo doesn't sit back and wait to be killed but chooses to take the initiative. Gust of wind boots instantly activate their sprinting effect. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the frontmost zombie. Then he kicked off his feet and flew up into the air. Then stabbed straight towards the nearest zombie. He flew into the air once again after the strike. His eyes lit up when he looked at a relatively tall zombie below. You're it. Let's me test the effects of the double chop. With that in mind, he poured his energy into Tang's sword. Then he suddenly waved 2 sword lights at the target. It only took a moment for the sluggish zombie to be hit and killed instantly. Explosive Double Slash skill is activated. Only seeing a flashing mark on the zombie's neck. The next second there was a violent explosion with a loud boom. The smoke cleared shortly afterward. The ground was also shaken to pieces. Lin Ziluo marvels at this sight. That's a lot better than a roundhouse slash. As the experiment ended, he got serious. The prompts for killing zombies keep sounding. After a long time, dozens of zombie corpses were lying on the ground. And at the same time, he's accomplished his mission, 1 against 100. Does the host need to collect the reward now? Do you want to draw bronze equipment or gold fingers first? After hearing the system's voice, Lin Ziluo thinks for a moment and decides to get the equipment first, and leave all luck to extract the golden finger. He thinks it's good to save the important stuff for the final reveal. Such an order generally yields good results. Bronze equipment is being extracted. Congratulations to the player who has obtained the bronze level equipment Ring of Bloodsucking. Attributes: Strength +1, Constitution +1. 5% of damage dealt to the enemy can be converted to stamina. Transfers to your own body through your weapon. Absorb damage and convert it into your own physical strength. Surprised to have such a rare attribute. The equipment is so powerful. What if extract a useless golden finger? Thinking about this, Lin Ziluo suddenly got a little worried. But at that moment, the system's voice rang out. Don't worry, the normal gold fingers have useful effects. Able to provide good assistance to the host. Lin Ziluo sniffed and spoke faintly. Okay, I believe you. Extract me. Ding, the golden finger is being extracting. Gold finger extraction complete. Lin Ziluo couldn't help but breathe quickly when he saw the result. On the 3rd day of the apocalypse, everyone else is struggling to survive. And not only can he fight hundreds of zombies, he can even easily obtain extremely rare gold fingers. With the sound of the successful extraction of the gold finger, Lin Ziluo's breathing couldn't help but become rapid. Congratulations to the host for winning the normal gold finger auto pickup LV1. Able to pick up items dropped by zombies killed by the host himself. Range is within 0.5 meters of your own radius. Will not be able to continue picking up if there is not enough storage space. He froze for a few seconds before reacting to the words. Then from now on, I can kill zombies and enjoy a 100% drop rate, while continuously collecting supplies. Before, I was worried that the drop rate would be too high and cause trouble. Now I don't have to worry about that. He's curious though, is LV1 the level of a normal gold finger? Then the system's voice came through. If the host extract this golden finger again in the future, the level of automatic pickup can be increased. Leveling up will increase the range of auto pickups. There may even be other ancillary effects. Lin Ziluo is very happy to hear that. He decided to try out his new ability first, as he approaches the zombie he just killed. The message of massive pickups is ringing in his own ears, and the items in the storage space were categorized in detail as well. I didn't realize how quickly time flies. Lin Ziluo looks at his watch and realizes it's already 12 o'clock noon. It's too late to eat. I have to get to the Li family's manor first. Thinking of this, he quickly ran out of the tennis hall. Then he opened the window in the hallway and jumped out. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious manor, Li Haobo is lying on a woman's lap enjoying a full-body massage. But with the alarm ringing at noon, he sat up from the couch as if something had occurred to him. The next second he slapped the woman across the face. Why haven't they come back yet? They are so useless. It'll take all morning to find just 2 people. The butler next to him said after hearing this. Young master, the hunting and mercenary group went to Mordor University at 7 o'clock in the morning. There are many zombies in Mordor University. The situation is complicated. It's gonna be hard to find. Li Haobo is gnashing his teeth in anger. DN it. It's the zombies again. I'm going to be annoyed to death by zombies. And just as he's losing his temper, the door to the villa suddenly opens. Then a tall figure walked in carrying a large black bag. Li Haobo rushes forward to inquire. Uncle Rome, you're back. Did you find the little BH and the orphan? At those words the man threw the big bag in his hand to the ground. Young master, we found the girl, but the man is gone. He heard Yao Jinghan was found. Li Haobo looks a little gloomy. Where is she? Tell her to get her ass over here and meet me. How dare she hide? She's been killed. In the bag. The man unzips the zipper on the bag as he speaks. A strong odor of blood hits his nose immediately. Based on the clues provided by the young master, we found Yao Jinghan's roommate. We found her in the school's warehouse. She was killed and stuffed in a vat. We also found a blood-stained man's shirt in the vat. The killer seems to know a lot about the acupoint culture in Long. every time he performs a knife. He is very particular about where the pain-sensing nerves are most developed in the body. That means this woman was tortured terribly before she died. This is the ultimate in torture. Even the world's best killer, Siling, can't do it. So, young master, do you know who really killed this woman? Li Haobo is also puzzled. She is just an ordinary school beauty. If it weren't for her and that loser, Lin Ziluo, it couldn't have been him, right? No way. It's impossible. He's an orphan without a mother or a father. How can he be as powerful as you say he is? And I haven't even sent him my big surprise yet. He couldn't have known that Yao Jinghan betrayed him. Hearing this man seemed to have guessed something. That Lin Ziluo you're talking about is Lin Jian's son? The man ponders for a moment after receiving Li Haobo's confirming reply. It's also possible that the boy had hired help by chance. Young master, it's unlikely that whoever it is just trying to kill a Yao Jinghan. We can't rule out the possibility that they'll come after you. Facing such a top killer, it may not be enough for me to bring more than 100 people with me. Hearing this, Li Haobo was stunned. What? Uncle Rong, you're not enough? You're one of the top 10 masters in Long. Not to mention the fact that you're carrying a full mercenary team. Then hurry up and go to the back of the mountain and pick out more bodyguards for me. Even those who haven't received the final training. I don't want to die. Seeing his panic, the man comforted him. Don't worry, young master. I'll protect you to the death. As long as I can protect you and the Li family. I don't care if it costs me my life. Soon after, in a jungle, Lin Ziluo is on his way to his destination while taking care of the zombies on the road. As dusk approaches, the Li family estate comes into view. He looked at the building not far away with a sardonic smile at the corner of his mouth. Li Haobo, I'm coming. Are you ready to settle accounts with me? The night of the 4th day of the end times, a group of helpless women were locked in an iron cage. They're staring blankly, apparently having given up the struggle. Next thing you know, a strong zombie is brought over and stuffed into a cage. All this happened because the rich kid was bored and had fun. It turns out that not so long ago, the Li family learned of Yao Jinghan's murder. All of Li's security was mobilized. At this time Lin Ziluo has already touched the nearby tree to observe. He's in no hurry to strike. First, make a plan. As the patrol moves away, he saw the right opportunity and jumped down. After a bit of fumbling around, he finally found a secret exit. From the memory of his last life, it's a secret passage that leads to the manor. After he confirmed it, he restored the secret passage to its original state. Li Haobo, I'll leave you an escape route. Then catch you all in one fell swoop when you are most hopeful. You're surrounded by so many think tanks. Can you beat me this time? A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he thought about this. Then he observed the security arrangements of the manor again. Instantly recognizing it as the hunt for mercenaries, Li Haobo's most trusted mercenary team. Because every member is a loyal soldier, brainwashed and trained by the Li family since childhood. As an old enemy of his own in a previous life, he know them all too well. But Lin Ziluo isn't arrogant by familiarity with each other. He cautiously observed the Li family's deployment over and over again. Finally, as darkness fell, he saw someone who looked very familiar. Rongzhan, it's him. One of the Long country's war gods, the god of hunting and killing. Before the end, he is a mercenary leader who has been fighting for many years in war-torn areas. It's under the control of the Li family only, specializes in all kinds of close combat and target chasing. After the beginning of the last Armageddon, he went around capturing Lin Ziluo on Li Haobo's orders, and he's pushed him to the brink of extinction many times. Arguably one of his biggest enemies. But after Lin Ziluo escaped multiple times with his cunning, this became the greatest shame of Rongzhan's life. The enemy's eyes are red when they see each other. Lin Ziluo's eyes instantly went ice cold. At this moment, Rongzhan seems to have sensed the killing intent behind him, and looks around sensitively. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and restrained his breath before escaping. Rongzhan will die this time. As soon as he dies, I'll break an important arm of the Li family. I'll have a better chance of winning. After Lin Ziluo calculated it, he took out the hidden mask and put it on his face, and then quietly left the premises. The time is quickly approaching 12 o'clock midnight. At this point, the manor is brightly lit. Li Haobo is yawning and bored. Can I go to bed? It's 12 o'clock. How could someone come over when the zombies outside are so active? Ronjan replies cautiously. Young master, it's better to be careful. My hunch tells me we're definitely being targeted. Hearing this, Li Haobo growled angrily. I'm fking bored. Making me stay up all night for a loser who can't even show his face. The butler next to him cautioned at the sound of his voice. If you're bored, young master, you can have some fun. Yes, I can have fun. Li Haobo listens and realizes. By the way, Uncle Rong, didn't you catch a zombie during the day? Yes, young master. Rongjan opened his mouth to answer. I was thinking of taking it back for research. Develop a weapon against the zombies for the young master as soon as possible. If you want to play, you can, but I'm afraid the zombies will go crazy and hurt you. Don't worry, I will never hurt myself using this playing. And I'm not afraid even if the zombies go crazy. There are still so many people in this manner. Seeing the other person laughing, Rongjan then arranged for his men to bring in the zombies. It wasn't long before a strong zombie bound in chains is escorted down the hall. Blood-red eyes stared at the people around him and kept roaring. Li Haobo is a bit agitated by this scene. You guys go get my big cage and bring it in. In no time at all, dozens of bodyguards pushed the big iron cage to the center of the living room. Inside, there were several good-looking women locked up. They looked like they'd been tortured and lost the desire to live. Li Haobo smiled and took the bell and shook it. The women reacted instantly when they heard it. All of them showed an expression of great pain. These women were tortured by perverts for 3 days and 3 nights. Their eyes were dull and they had lost hope of living. But as the man rings the bell in his hand, they seemed to think of the extremely terrible experience before, and they all became irritable and crazy. After shaking for a while, the man felt very bored. It's boring. These people have been playing for months and I was tired of it. If I had known earlier, I would have asked my men to prepare more fresh goods and come back. I only feel excited when I tame new people. Speaking of which, a perverted idea suddenly occurred to him. This was followed by a creepy smile on his face. But it doesn't matter, these people still have final value. Li Haobo said as he stood up and danced with joy. You guys quickly throw the zombies in, and take off all those handcuffs and footcuffs. I want to see zombies eat people. The more he talked, the more excited he became and his whole person became crazy. The people in the room didn't want to see such cruelty. But they couldn't refuse the young master's order. Master, I'll do it. Let me do it. At this time, a thin mercenary came out and recommended himself. He's known as the Thin Monkey, extremely good at detecting his surroundings. Open it quickly. Upon seeing this, Li Haobo threw the key into his hand with satisfaction. Receiving the order, the skinny monkey excitedly opened the large iron cage where the woman was being held first. Then he pulled the chain to pull the zombie to a position where it could reach it. The moment he opened the iron plate on the zombie's mouth, the zombie's mouth opened wide and tried to frantically tear at the man in front of him. Fortunately, it was held tightly by the 2 people next to it and was unable to succeed. You hold it down. Wait for someone to open the handcuffs and shackles before throwing it into the cage. Li Haobo started to direct happily from the side. That's when the bodyguard next to him flopped down on his knees. Young master, this kind of thing is too cruel. How about you let them go? Li Haobo's face instantly darkened when he heard this. The other bodyguard saw the situation and rushed over to explain and apologize. Young master, his name is Wang Dehu. A bodyguard died last night. He was a new addition. He was born with great strength. But he's not right in the head. Don't bother with him, young master. Looking at Wang Dehu, who is still kneeling on the ground and pleading, Li Haobo's anger hasn't diminished at all. Are you teaching me how to do things? Young master, I'm sorry. I was wrong. The bodyguard apologized promptly. He no longer cares about Wang Dehu on the ground and rushes back to the bodyguard's group. Ha, it's been a long time since anyone dared to challenge my authority. Wang Dehu, right? You are good at fighting, right? Come on, hold him down. After receiving the order, 2 people immediately came out of the mercenaries. One of them has a death grip on one of Wang Dehu's arms. The other mercenary named Black Scarlet instantly raised his fist and slammed it down. Black Scarlet is known for his strength. He can carry the heavy firepower weapons of the hunting mercenaries alone. One can only imagine how strong he will be. But in the next second, the menacing fist was held by Wang Dehu with his backhand. Black Scarlet felt that he had lost his face in an instant. The crowd is amazed at this sight. Rongjian, who had been watching from the sidelines, became interested in the scene. Can he even catch Black Scarlet's fist? It's really interesting. A bunch of women locked in a cage. Then a zombie was pushed in. Looking at the drooling walker in front of him, the woman remains unmoved. And the next second, the zombie opens its mouth and bites down. Not long ago, Wang Dehu couldn't bear to see this cruel scene and knelt down to plead for mercy. But the perverted rich second generation not only ignored him but also asked someone to beat him up. Wang Dehu caught the swinging fist with his backhand in self-defense. This scene shocked everyone present. I didn't expect to lose to my opponent in terms of strength. Black Scarlet immediately showed a gloomy expression on his face. You've made me lose face, so you'll pay for it with your life. Thinking about this, he looked to his companion. Come, two people, and help me deal with him. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, Violent Bear and Crocodile stepped forward. I said, Black Scarlet, have you been playing with too many women lately? How come an untrained bodyguard can push you over? Even though they were joking. But their hands are not idle either. They stepped forward and restrained Wang Dahu's arms. Now even though Wang Dahu was born with tremendous strength, there's no way he can break free from two mercenaries with top-notch strength. Black Scarlet then laughed ferociously and waved his fist. With a loud thud, he struck his opponent in the face. After 3 punches, Wang Dahu was bleeding and his skin was torn apart. Don't kill him, Li Haobo suddenly spoke up. Didn't you want to protect those women? Then let him watch them die. After receiving the order, the two men then take Wang Dahu to a position near the cage. And they used their fingers to force him to open his eyes. And at Li Haobo's urging, Thin Monkey also rushed to unshackle the zombie's body. The crowd then worked together to push the strong zombie into the cage. The iron door was closed with a clang. The women remain unmoved, as if they hadn't seen it. And then the zombie bites into the closest woman. Wang Dahu watched as the woman was eaten by the zombies. He let out a wail of pain. He wanted to close his eyes, but the people behind him forced him to keep looking. 1, 2, 3. Watching the zombies bite and kill more and more people. Wang Dahu struggled to no avail and could only sit on the ground helplessly. Li Haobo's maniacal laughter is heard from behind. You guys put this Wang Dahu in the cage too. Doesn't he have great strength? I want to see which one is stronger between him and the zombies. After hearing this good idea, everyone complimented. As expected of young Master Li, you know how to play more than us roughnecks. How could we have come up with such a great idea? Immediately afterwards, the Violent Bear and Crocodile lifted Wang Dahu, who was out of strength. Thin Monkey carefully opens the metal door. The cage is now littered with shattered remains. And after Wang Dahu was thrown into the cage, the iron door also closes quickly with a clang. The zombie who heard the noise turned and looked behind them. Wang Dahu reacts and instantly breaks out in a cold sweat. This simple man was born with great strength but was forced to fight zombies. The moment he was thrown into the cage, the strong man couldn't stop the tears from slipping from his eyes. His mother, who was still waiting for him to come home, came to mind. Mom, I'm sorry. I can't go back to take care of you. Thinking about this, his gaze became determined. No, I can't die yet. Mother is waiting for me at home. I must live. Looking at the zombies in front of me, he also gradually clenched his fists. Then he took the initiative to rush towards the opponent. But it's a pity that he didn't learn any fighting skills. All he had was brute strength and a not-so-smart mind. He actually chose to engage in a physical fight with a walker to trade wounds for wounds. The zombie doesn't feel any pain, even though he's been hit by a punch. Instead, it inserted his claws deeply into Wang Dahu's abdomen. Blood flows on the floor, adding to the smell of blood in the entire hall. The crowd outside the cage watching the fight cheered with excitement. This is the kind of excitement they want to see. Wang Dahu covers his stomach and swings again. He keeps hitting the zombie's head with his brute strength and determination. It wasn't until the zombies were completely dead that he panted and stopped attacking. Then he fell to the ground with a thud. Mom, I was wrong. I shouldn't have disobeyed you. Wang Dahu once again shed tears of longing during his last moments. He wasn't wrong, he was right in his kindness. But in this terrifying and dark doomsday, goodness prompted his death. Everyone was extremely indifferent when they saw this scene. But they didn't notice that Wang Dahu's skin was turning gray. He's about to turn into a zombie. The time is fast approaching morning. Lin Ziluo outside the manor is finally about to take action. After sneaking in and quietly taking care of a mercenary, he changed into his opponent's clothes and covered his face with a hat. A voice came from the side. "What are you doing here, Adi?" Lin Ziluo turned around and answered. "I just saw a guy fall asleep and I'm here to remind him." Since Lin Ziluo mimics the exact same voice as Adi, the mercenary next to him doesn't get suspicious. That's okay. DN, the captain and the others are having fun in the hall. And we can only stand guard hard. As soon as these words came out, the mercenaries nearby also echoed. "Yes, I was tired and spent the whole night cleaning up zombies yesterday. They don't even let us rest during the day. They don't treat us like human beings. You're much better than me. I haven't slept for nearly 24 hours. FK, if they really want to stay safe, why don't those captains come out and see for themselves?" Hearing this, Lin Ziluo smiles slightly, joining in on the discussion as well. "To put it bluntly, they don't treat us as human beings. We're just cannon fodder." But then the mercenaries behind realized something was wrong. "When did you get taller, Adi?" Hearing this, a smile appeared on the corner of Lin Ziluo's mouth, then turned his head violently to look at him. In his last life he was hunted for decades with no choice but to end in tragedy. Now he's once again in his enemy's manor. He swore to himself that he would kill everyone here. After Lin Ziluo was discovered by the mercenaries on the perimeter, he stopped hiding his identity and killed them cleanly. Then he headed for the villa on the estate. The mercenaries along the way had no ability to resist him. "Oh, no, something's wrong." The bodyguard in the distance ran away when he saw this scene. But the next moment a dagger is at his neck. The moment the bodyguard decisively picked up his flare gun, he sent it out. Lin Ziluo also immediately flung his dagger upwards after finishing him off. With a snap, the flare that had just reached midair was split by a single slash. Then it fell back to the ground. At that moment, the system's voice came to his ears. "It is detected that all the external security forces of the Li family manor have been destroyed, and the host's road to revenge has begun. The mission is hereby issued: seek revenge for the smallest grievance. The host will become the Grim Reaper and harvest all the lives of the Li family estate. The mission is to kill the remaining 269 people in the Li family estate. The reward is to draw a random common gold finger." Lin Ziluo's cold face showed a hint of surprise. "Great, Li Haobo, you have one more reason to die. Quest accepted. Vengeance boundary now open. Once one of the 269 people in the manor has escaped outside the manor, the host will be able to check the location of the escaped person in the find option." Vengeance boundary? He doubtfully checked the properties of the boundary, remembering that the first time this thing appeared in his last life was when it was used in the national war between the Long country and the W country. At that time, after releasing a vengeance boundary against the W country, the Long people chased and killed the Wa people who escaped from the capital for several days. Beat the whole W country people until they cry for their father and mother. I didn't expect that I would have the opportunity to experience this boundary today. It's just time to try out how sensitive this prop really is. Then he continued to sneak into the manor. But suddenly, lines of killing messages appeared in front of his eyes. What's going on? People are starting to die before I even do anything? No! I need to see what's going on just in case. With that in mind, he rushed toward the villa. And at that moment, inside the villa, a group of people are gathering in the hall. There are several female bodies lying on the floor. "Crocodile, what have you done? You played the last woman to death. What are we playing with?" Upon hearing this, the man named Crocodile replied with embarrassment. "My hand was too strong and she broke her spine. I'm sorry that everyone lost another toy." Just as he finished his sentence, a voice suddenly echoed through the hall. "How about playing with me?" After hearing this, everyone was immediately horrified. "Who is it?" Rongzhan, who had been sitting on the couch, jolts to his feet. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented killing intent. Hundreds of battle-hardened mercenaries were killed by a teenager. Now they're all on the edge of their seats at the sound of an unfamiliar voice. Rongzhan, the mercenary leader, also stood up violently. He felt a powerful killing intent suddenly fill the arena. Li Haobo sat paralyzed with fear on the ground. "He's coming. He's coming. Someone's really trying to kill me." The old housekeeper on the side quickly stepped forward to support him. "Young master, calm down. You'll be fine with the mercenaries and Mr. Rong. Hear this. Li Haobuo's face softens just a little bit. At this point, everyone is standing by with their weapons out. Rongzhan pretended to be calm and shouted loudly. I don't know what is the purpose of your visit to the Li family. Can we sit down and talk? He's got a bad feeling about this. The other party can come here. That means he's already taken care of the people he set up on the perimeter. Those men of mine, though not elite. But it's also an existence that can equal 10 to 1. It's amazing how easily he can take care of. Is he a man or a god? Or are they a team? After a long time, he saw no response from the other party. Rongzhan had his men look around. Suddenly something was thrown at the feet of several people with a bang. When everyone around looked at it curiously, the flash bomb instantly burst out with dazzling light. In an instant, there was a series of screams in the hall. And Lin Ziluo walked right into the hall. Spike Assault shows his terror once more. Some of the people in the blinded state still haven't reacted to what's going on. Their bodies were pierced from bottom to top by sharp spikes. And then the roundhouse chop skill kicks in. Tang's sword whizzes by, taking a few dozen more lives. Lin Ziluo then used a mask to hide his figure. And throws another grenade again. Rongzhan saw this and immediately ducked. And taking advantage of this moment of confusion, Lin Ziluo also catches the spinning Tang sword and quietly disappears into the manor. The smoke dissipates after a few minutes. Looking around at the sprawling bodies, Rongzhan couldn't help but curse angrily. DN it. I've lost a lot of men without even seeing the enemy this time. A subordinate came in a hurry to report. Boss. That ground spike of his, that's the same as a spell. Almost wiped out all the young master's security guards and servants. That knife that kept spinning killed the brothers of our mercenary group, including black bears, crocodiles, and white wolves. Hearing this, Rongzhan spoke in a cold voice and interrupted him. Enough. Just tell me how many people we have left. His subordinates hurriedly reported. Except for the young master, the boss, and butler Zhao. Including myself, there are 66 brothers. 10 of them are seriously wounded. A dozen brothers have not yet recovered their sight. Rongzhan gritted his teeth and shouted angrily after hearing this. Search for me. I must find him and cut him into pieces. It only took a few minutes. He took out 200 battle-hardened mercenaries. Rongzhan, the mercenary leader, has calmed down after his rage. He looked at the butler next to him and spoke. Uncle Zhao, take the young master, Thin Monkey, and the others and hide in the secret passage. The rest of us and I are out there stopping that killer. The butler sniffed with a look of gravity on his face. The man didn't leave. I sensed that he might be observing us. After the two talked, they immediately took action. This scene was also seen by Lin Ziluo, who was hiding in the shadows. That was unexpected. I didn't expect this butler to be a master. They're exactly what I envisioned. Half of them will be sent out to protect Li Haobuo from leaving. Then I'll deal with the rest first. I'm confident that I can escape unscathed. Immediately afterward, he checks the information on both of them. Rongzhan, hunt and kill mercenary leader level 5. Zhao Qiguang, he is the old housekeeper, although he is only level 2. But looking at it only in terms of level is too limiting. One of them has been fighting for years and the other has been practicing ancient martial arts for years. Their physical attributes are at least 7 or 8 points higher than normal people. But they're not even close to Lin Ziluo at this stage. You're trying to stall to get Li Haobuo to leave. I won't let you have your way. With that in mind, he opened his storage space, used the horn of the zombie cat. The next second, the cheetah-sized zombie cat appeared out of thin air next to him. Lin Ziluo then took out another dagger. And suddenly threw it upward. The swift dagger accurately hit the hanging rope of the chandelier. The chandelier falls at the feet of the crowd with a thud. The huge light bulb broke, and glass shards immediately flew everywhere. Immediately after that, a catcall sound suddenly reached their ears. A flash of shadow bites one of the mercenaries in the neck. At the same time, Lin Ziluo makes his move. He swings his Tang sword and kills several people in an instant. As the screams ring out, there were a lot of corpses strewn about in the hall. At this point, Rongzhan has finally seen the true face of the Grim Reaper, dressed in black, with a mysterious mask on his face. He tries to check his opponent's attributes. But he didn't expect that he couldn't detect it. His subordinates died tragically, and he was constantly teased. He still hasn't figured out who the other party is. This is driving Rongzhan crazy. He growled with a burning rage in his heart. That's enough. Who the hell are you? the frightening god of hunting, actually knelt down in front of a young man and trembled with fear. After his observation just now, Lin Ziluo no longer has any expectations for the former god of war, Rongzhan. Poor skills, low attributes. Even his character didn't reach the level of calmness he would have a few years later. It's not as cost-effective as killing those mercenaries. Sure enough, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Lin Ziluo didn't delay any longer. He suddenly exerted force on his feet and rushed towards several people. In the blink of an eye, several blades flashed by. Like the god of death, he took the lives of several more people. When Rongzhan reacted, he found that the opponent had already arrived in front of him with weapons in hand. At that moment, he was desperate. With his strength, he couldn't stop the opponent's bloody fight. This feeling of powerlessness made him kneel on the ground in despair. Lin Ziluo saw this and gave the zombie cat a command. Tell it to go after Li Haobo and the others. Looks like Li Haobo and his men didn't choose to leave Li's estate, because the vengeance boundary hasn't been activated yet. After the zombie cat left, Lin Ziluo then walks over to Rongzhan, who is kneeling on the ground. Stand up, leader of the hunting mercenary group. A hoarse voice came out of Rongzhan's mouth. The hunt and kill mercenaries are almost wiped out. Do I even deserve to be called the leader of the mercenaries? Lin Ziluo felt very happy when he heard this. Killed all his men in front of him. Destroyed his years of hard work. Killing his thoughts of resistance bit by bit. This is the highest state of revenge. Who the hell are you? Tell me, or I'll die in peace. Lin Ziluo's eyes lit up when he heard this. Is there such a good thing? After saying that, he slowly leaned forward with the dagger in hand. In a flash, he sliced through his opponent's neck. Looking at the other person's drooping head, Lin Ziluo still can't get rid of the anger in his heart. He lifted his foot and slammed it down. I still remember the look on your face that day. You trample me to the ground and call me in like an ant. Called me an orphan, a loser. How do I still have the face? How do I still have the guts to challenge the Li family's authority? And thank you for your behavior that tells me one thing. That is, don't talk so much before you kill someone. Look, isn't it just as nice to talk to me while you're lying down? That's what's gonna make you die in peace. After venting, Lin Ziluo let out a sigh of relief. The invisible shackles on his body have been reduced a lot. Rongzhan is dead. Now I have cut off a powerful arm of the Li family. It will be much easier to deal with the Li family from now on. At this time, the cry of a zombie cat came from the distance. This is the zombie cat telling him that it has found Li Haobo and their location. Lin Ziluo no longer delayed after hearing this. After confirming that everyone is dead, he strides towards his destination. At the same time, in the Li family's safe house, Li Haobo keeps pacing back and forth in a panic. Uncle Zhao, they shouldn't chase them here, right? The housekeeper is comforted by the news that of course they won't. Mr. Rong will take care of that man. Don't worry, young master. Besides, it's impossible for outsiders to know about this place. But just as he finished speaking, there's a sudden, violent crash from the metal door next to him. After solving one of the 10 war gods of Long Kingdom, the man also finally found the hiding place of his enemy from his last life. At this time, the young master of the Li family, who was a member of the 3 major families in the Long country, was so scared that he peed himself on the spot. Definitely someone Lin Ziluo found. First he kills Yao Jinghan, then he comes to kill me. After hearing this, the housekeeper next to him quickly stepped forward to comfort him. Don't be alarmed, young master. We've arranged for someone to go to the other secret passage. He won't expect us to be here. Li Haobo's face is a little grim. I just don't understand how he knew about my relationship with Yao Jinghan. I don't know where he found such a strong killer. The butler was equally puzzled. Could it be that Lin Jian guy left a backhand for Lin Ziluo? It's not possible. When we killed Lin Jian, our Li family almost uprooted their Lin family. There's no way let Lin Jian leave behind a backhand. If the chief hadn't insisted that we keep a bloodline of the Lin family, that guy Lin Ziluo should have died long ago. At this time, Lin Ziluo outside the door was just about to break in. He heard the conversation between the two. His face sank as he spoke in a cold voice. I see, you've had your eye on me for a long time. I didn't expect there are so many stories about me. Li Haobo inside immediately screamed when he heard the familiar voice. Lin Ziluo, it's Lin Ziluo's voice. Lin Ziluo, I'm telling you, you deserve to die by my hand. I should have arranged for someone to kill you directly from the beginning. Li Haobo is scared. He can only dispel his fear with threats. Lin Ziluo used a dagger to pry open the iron door, and said calmly, "I'm curious about who Lin Jian is. What about the Li family uprooting the Lin family that you mentioned?" Hearing this, Li Haobo immediately mocked. "Ah, you orphan. You don't even know your father's name. You deserve it. Lin Jian insisted on reporting my father when he was about to be promoted. It caused the Li family's years of planning to be disrupted. With that alone, all of your Lin family should be killed. If the chief hadn't spoken, do you, a loser, deserve to survive as the only survivor of the Lin family? I'm just curious, where the hell did you get help? Otherwise, I could kill you with any of my bodyguards." Lin Ziluo, who was outside the door, spoke faintly. "What you're saying doesn't really help, because whether you say it or not, I will destroy your entire Li family." "Haha, with you? Destroy the Li family? Don't overestimate your capabilities." Li Haobo bursts out laughing. He always thought that the other side must have hired help, but just then the security door finally gave a rattle as it became too much to handle. Immediately afterwards, it was kicked away by Lin Ziluo. The long-awaited butler saw his chance and attacked in an instant. But Lin Ziluo was prepared for it. He easily dodged the attack with a slight sidestep. The zombie cat next to him hissed and pounced on the old butler. However, after being hit by a blow, it slowly dissipated in the air. It turns out that the 30 minutes of summoning duration are up. Lin Ziluo then took off his mask. Butler Zhao was shocked and said, "It's Lin Ziluo. The previous assassin was you alone from start to finish." "Impossible. The strength to kill Rongzhan is definitely not something that a little kid like you can do." Lin Ziluo doesn't bother to explain to him. There is no way for old antiques to survive in the apocalypse. Doomsday Game's 7-day novice protection period has expired. The martial arts you have practiced hard for decades is not even as good as a random zombie on the street. "Impossible. How did you become so strong? Li Haobo's legs are weak and he keeps backing up." When Lin Ziluo saw this, he showed the dagger in his hand and smiled confidently. "It's enough for me to kill you all by myself." Man, after taking care of over 200 bodyguards, he finally found his enemy's hideout. He didn't say much and directly slammed his fist into the old butler in front of him. After all, Butler Zhao had studied kung fu for decades. He crossed his arms and chose to block. But even though he barely managed to catch it, but it took him 3 steps back to recover. Lin Ziluo's interest in the situation was immediate. The butler is in good shape. If I hit Rongzhan with this punch, I would knock him down. The old housekeeper, who was at a disadvantage, showed a solemn expression. "Looks like I'm going to have to fight for my life." After thinking about this, he clenched his fists and exerted force suddenly. His body instantly began to swell. Lin Ziluo doesn't know what kind of kung fu he's using, though. But there's no way he's going to wait around for his opponent to make a big move. He swung his tang sword with a swish into Butler Zhao's chest. "You don't follow martial ethics." Butler Zhao cursed and stopped storing up his power. He takes a few steps back to avoid the attack. Lin Ziluo sees his opponent retreating and then throws tang sword. Uses the explosive double slash skill. In an instant, it slashes at Butler Zhao's right hand, which he couldn't retract in time. After hitting the target, Tang's sword whirled back. The second slash, which is impossible to react to, hits the same spot. 2 attacks in the blink of an eye caused Butler Zhao's arm to lose the strength to fight again. He was very unwilling at this time. How is this possible? How could I lose so quickly to my opponent after 50 years of hard training in boxing and kicking? Looking at his injured arm, he suddenly looked sad and angry. At that moment, the mark of explosive double slash was activated. His entire arm suddenly exploded. Taking this opportunity, Lin Ziluo's eyes turn cold as he swings his sword. He hits his opponent directly in the neck. I must not leave any trouble for myself. Only when the enemy is completely dead can I rest assured. Watching the butler lose his life, Lin Ziluo just thought he was pedantic and pathetic. It's the end of the world. He's still so stubborn that he thinks martial arts is about one move. It turns out you have to be more than just strong enough. It's also important to have a good grasp of the situation. Keep up with the times, or die trying. Lin Ziluo looks over at Li Haobo and realizes he's passed out from fear. He stepped forward and stabbed him in the thigh. Li Haobo came to his senses as a result of the pain. Immediately afterward, he let out a mournful scream. "You're awake. You're not pretending to be dead anymore? Lin Ziluo said and stabbed a few more times. How could Li Haobo, who had been pampered and pampered, endure this kind of pain? He screamed like a slaughtering pig again. Lin Ziluo smiled slightly at this sight. The hilt of the blade in his hand then turned. Li Haobo's mind nearly collapsed from the pain. Please kill me. Kill you? Of course I will kill you. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that if you hadn't reminded me. As he spoke, he took out an extremely special weapon from his storage space. It's called the tetanus blunt knife. The blade is covered in rust and has lost its original luster. Lin Ziluo raises the knife and stabs him in the thigh. I'm sorry. The knife was too dull. And I couldn't get it in. My bad. After saying that, he raised the blunt knife again and stabbed it hard into Li Haobo's arm. This stab is for myself. This rusty, dull knife is just like my experience of hiding around and hanging on by a thread for 10 years. It's a pity that the pain you suffered is less than 1% of mine. 10 years? What 10 years? Li Haobo is completely confused. I obviously started to have the idea of torturing you after I learned about that incident 3 years ago. In his last life, he was hunted for 10 years. Hiding everywhere every day, hanging on by a thread. Now he is rebirth. The first thing he did was kill his school beauty girlfriend and found the location of his enemy. Li Haobo was confused when he heard Lin Ziluo's words. He tried to defend himself. He obviously started to have the idea of torturing other side after he learned about that incident 3 years ago. But now there is no chance to defend. Lin Ziluo had a teasing smile on his face at this point. He then stabbed his opponent in the arm again. This stab also is for myself. After saying that, the dagger continued to penetrate deeper. Li Haobo can't even cry out in pain. And the next moment, another stabbing. This stab is for our Lin family. I've never even met them, but it's only right for a son to avenge his old man's death, isn't it? As for the rest, it doesn't matter who it was stabbed for, as long as I am happy. Lin Ziluo's superb knife skills finally come into use. After several consecutive stabs, he stopped. Then he pulled out a good pair of tweezers from his storage space. Then he looked at Li Haobo and showed a meaningful smile. I also want to thank you. This is the punishment you invented. I don't know how many people you've tortured to death with this punishment. I have to commend you on that. You're really talented at torturing people. After saying that, he forcibly opened the other person's mouth. Li Haobo was on the verge of collapse when he heard this. This is a thought that him had once. How does he know? With the force of Lin Ziluo, he also began to struggle desperately, but it was completely useless. Li Haobo's spirit is completely broken. His self-respect and pride completely disappeared in this moment. It's as if his whole body has become demented. Lin Ziluo is speechless at this scene. Can't he even bear this level of pain? In your previous life, you invented so many tortures and harmed so many people. What I've done to you is less than 1% of what you've done to others. Never mind, look at you half dead. It won't be any fun to torture you any longer. It's just a shame about all the good stuff you've been researching. There's no way to use it on you. Is he pretending? Lin Ziluo picks up the dagger and goes up to test it again. But the other side remained unresponsive. Come on, I think too highly of him. It's impossible for him to pretend to be in this state with his acting skills. Forget it, I was able to break his spirit. This also proves that he has now reached the limit of what his body can bear. After thinking about this, he walked towards the door and threw the blunt knife in his hand towards him. 2 perfect hits on Li Haobo's neck. Lin Ziluo then pulls out an umbrella from his storage space. With a bang, the explosive double chop skill activated. Blood and minced meat instantly flew around like arrows. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. At this time, the antique clock in Li's manor chimed 3 times on time. This also means that all the people in the Li family villa have been buried. Li Haobo came outside and breathed a sigh of relief. At this point, he's so relieved that he's even enjoying the scenery. At this moment, a reminder suddenly sounded in his ears. A change in the player Jarius's mood was detected. Successfully activated the talent Heart of Vengeance. Lin Ziluo is surprised to hear that. Does that activate the talent? It took a man 10 years to kill his enemy. Unexpectedly, he also activated an extremely rare talent. In a post-apocalyptic world, talents and skills are 2 different concepts. Skills can be learned through skill books. Talents can only be activated by yourself after meeting certain attributes in many different conditions. Skills can be activated by skill books. But activating talents is all about luck and strength. Lin Ziluo hurriedly checked the information about the talent. Heart of Vengeance. When you identify the other party as your enemy, your attributes will be increased according to the degree of hatred, which can be increased by up to 20%. Lin Ziluo is happy to see the introduction. I didn't think this Heart of Vengeance would work so well, although it doesn't look great now, as my basic attributes get higher and higher. The attributes that this talent can improve will also increase. Sort of an attribute that can grow and grow. At this point there was the sound of the system again. The host has successfully killed the remaining 269 people in the Li family's manor. Completion of the quest. Seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Congratulations on receiving the quest reward. Randomly select an ordinary golden finger and a piece of bronze level equipment. Do you want to extract now? Lin Ziluo listened and clicked the extract button without hesitation. A bronze level equipment is being extracted. Congratulations on getting the equipment. Small magic staff. Exclusive equipment for the mage profession. It is a staff that can increase the power of magic and increase the speed of spell casting. He can't help but frown slightly at this mage-type equipment. I can't use this thing myself, but this is considered an excellent piece of equipment for a mage. I could make a profit selling it on the mall. With that in mind, he put it in his storage space. Then he took out the equipment he had stripped from Rongzhan's body. Once you kill someone in a post-apocalyptic world, the storage space of the deceased person will disappear permanently, and the items inside cannot be obtained. So he had to pick through the bodies to see if there was anything good. Rongzhan's relics are leather wristbands, purification necklace, and mana recovery ring. Lin Ziluo doesn't like the other two items. He is interested in the purification necklace, though. It has purification capacity and can instantly relieve itself of a negative condition. Although this attribute is not as good as the meditation necklace, but this ability can be a lifesaver in combat. After changing the necklace, he excitedly started to extract the gold finger. And then the system's voice rang out. The golden finger is being extracted. Gold finger extraction completed. Congratulations to the host for winning the common gold finger, Absolute Slavery LV1, able to enslave a zombie as his slave. The enslaved zombie will obey any command of the host. The zombie will have a partial player attributes. Can grow with the player. Can also have some of the player's privileges. Once a bound walker dies, this function of the gold finger will disappears. After reading the message, Lin Ziluo immediately blurted out, "Holy shit! This is ridiculous. This is out of this world. In my previous life, I saw items with the ability to enslave. There's animal slavery, plant slavery, and even human slavery. But the only thing about enslaving zombies, no one dares to think about it and no one can do it. Am I really not dreaming?" Lin Ziluo pinched himself in disbelief. This is so cool. If this walker is truly loyal enough to me. So, he. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh like a pig. Day 5 of Armageddon. A man has the perverse ability to enslave zombies. Ever since his girlfriend betrayed him, he has been wary of everyone. In this life, he originally planned to be a loner like in his previous life. But if there is a zombie who can work hard and never complain by my side, what if it can heal the wounds in my heart? Lin Ziluo was very satisfied when he thought of this, and I won't have to do the dirty work myself from now on. But he was very confused about what effect would be added. If this absolute slavery was upgraded to a higher level, then the system prompts that increasing the level will increase the number of zombies that can be enslaved. One for each level. Hearing this, an image of himself commanding an army of zombies to attack the Li family's base suddenly appeared in his mind. But he quickly snuffed out the thought. Unrealistic, come on. It's too difficult to reach this level. Dream on. But which zombie is better to enslave? Those guys who can grow into zombie kings in the later period are pretty good. They all had potential, but it just didn't feel perfect. And most importantly, I still don't know if they can reach the same level as in their previous life after being enslaved by me. Forget it, let's talk about it later. In my previous life, I heard that the Li family kept a lot of treasures in their basement. I'll go see if there's anything I can use. After making up his mind, Lin Ziluo couldn't wait to get to the Li family's basement. Just after opening the door, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. There were ancient calligraphy treasures everywhere inside, and also jade and antiques and so on. Gold and silver and jewelry and all that stuff is worthless in the apocalypse. And I don't even want to use them to wipe my butt. But it's still somewhat useful for things like calligraphy and painting. But he couldn't remember exactly what it was used for, so he could only put it into the storage space first and talk about it later. As expected, it was something only the Lee family did. Put gems on the knife for fear that others would not know that you are rich. But this thing is not as useful as my own tetanus blunt knife. Lin Ziluo scavenges the entire basement and leaves, humming a little tune. Soon he arrived on the first floor of the villa. Looking at the luxurious villa in front of him, he couldn't help but sigh for a while. I have never lived in a house like this in my 2 lifetimes. Let's stay here tonight. With that in mind, he opened the door and walked in. But as soon as he entered, he realized there was a figure standing in the dimly lit hall. He was instantly alerted. That can't be right. There's no way there's a survivor in this manner. Moreover, this figure is like a sculpture and does not need to breathe. And the only ones with this kind of physical condition are zombies. Then he picked up his flashlight and shined it. Information about the zombies also surfaced. Level 4, Epic Talent, Naturally Huge Strength. All items and equipment related to strength will receive an additional increase. Skill, Full Power Strike. Concentrate one's strength into your fist. This punch will cause 150% of the strength attribute damage. After reading the information, Lin Ziluo suddenly became interested. This zombie is ridiculously strong. Coupled with the bonus of night attributes, it is comparable to a bronze-level boss. What a coincidence! Just got absolute slavery. This zombie was specially prepared for me, right? After the end of the world, men actually have the abnormal ability to enslave zombies. But he chose a dumb zombie as his subordinate. Lin Ziluo looks at his opponent with some confusion. Why isn't his skin gray if he's a zombie? And besides red eyes, his fangs and fingernails aren't as long as other zombies. And most importantly, dude, I'm a human, you're a zombie. Shouldn't you bite me when you see me? He slaps the cage after he says that, trying to get the attention of the walkers. But the zombies inside remain unmoved. Lin Ziluo is speechless. No wonder his spiritual power is only a pitiful 3 points. If this were placed in human society, it would be a retard. Then, he asked the system curiously, "Can I enslave this zombie with such high attributes now?" Then came the reply, "Sure, because this zombie's mental deficiencies, its overall attributes don't add up to anything higher than the host's." Hearing this, Lin Ziluo was in a state of hesitation. I have to say, that's a pretty good zombie. Strength and conditioning are high. Agility isn't slow either. Talent is even better. It's the mental aspect that's more or less worrying. Forget it. It's better to be stupid. Stupid is obedient. After thinking about it, he made up his mind. Fine, I'll enslave this zombie. Ding. Starting zombie slavery. The zombies may struggle during this process. Please don't worry. As the reminder sounds, a red light gradually envelopes the zombie's entire body. Immediately afterwards, a grimace appeared on the zombie's face. Lin Ziluo watched the scene curiously. Is it going to struggle? He is looking forward to how the other party will struggle. But to his surprise, the zombie just raised his arm and scratched his head. Then he showed a silly expression. Holy shit! Is this considered a struggle? Is it too late for regrets? He's a little helpless at this sight. Successfully enslaved zombies, please ask the host to name the zombies you enslaved. Since this guy is so big and powerful, it also has the epic talent of naturally huge strength. Let's call him Dasha. Lin Ziluo thought for a moment and then spoke up. The zombie is successfully named Dasha. Dasha will absolutely obey the host's orders and everything will be based on the host. Even if it costs his life, it will protect the host's safety. Working on a player panel for Dasha. Player Dasha, Level 4, Reputation Data Lost, Storage Space Data Lost. Title not available at this time. Tip: Dasha's player panel is forced by the system, so it can't enjoy the experience reward from the quest. Dasha's upgrade method and progress are the same as other zombies. Lin Ziluo listened carefully to the system's introduction and then looked at the other side with interest. Dasha, prove yourself. I don't believe this cage can stop you with your current attributes. Receiving the command, Dasha raises his arms, gripping the 2 iron pillars in front of her tightly. And then he gritted his teeth and exerted force suddenly. The iron pillar had been broken open enough for it to step out. and then Dasha slowly walked out, looking at Lin Ziluo in front of him. He scratches his head and hems and haws. The man accidentally acquired the perverse ability to enslave zombies. But he chose a naive zombie to be his henchman. Looking at the giggling zombie in front of him, the man can only sigh helplessly. I actually expected him to behave differently. For now, it's good that zombies can understand commands. Then Lin Ziluo took out the unnecessary wrist guards from the storage space, and equipped Dasha with them. He then checked his opponent's properties after it had equipped it. He was discovered that Dasha did not enjoy the unique night attribute bonus of zombies, but that's within his expectations. Its current attributes are enough to defy the heavens. It would be too perverted if there were night attribute bonuses. Dasha, I'm going to bed now. Just stand at the door. Don't let anything else bother me. After saying that, Lin Ziluo picked an unoccupied bedroom and walked in. The next day came quickly. After a night's rest, he finally relieved the fatigue caused by the battle. Lin Ziluo opened the door after simply washing up. At this time, Dasha was still standing at the door of the room dutifully. You're doing great, guy. Lin Ziluo boasted casually. After hearing this, Dasha, on the other hand, had a silly grin on her face. Looking at the scattered corpses lying below, Lin Ziluo asked him if he would eat, because zombies generally have a hobby of eating human flesh. But Dasha's head shakes like a rattle when she hears it. You are truly a unique zombie, Lin Ziluo exclaims in amazement, and walks off into the dining room on his own, then pulls out the food cards from his storage space and activates a few at random. With a swish, a hearty lunch appeared on the table. But just as he was about to start eat, instead, there's a clattering drip next to him. Lin Ziluo turns his head in confusion and looks over, only to see Dasha looking at the food on the table and drooling constantly. He pointed at the food with an attitude of giving it a try and said, "How about you come and have some too?" As soon as he said that, Dasha's head nodded like a chicken pecking at a rice ball. All right, then. Lin Ziluo rubbed his forehead a bit speechless. What kind of strange zombie is this? It doesn't eat human flesh, but likes to eat cooked food? I have never seen a zombie with such a hobby in my 2 lifetimes. Let's sit down and eat together. Lin Ziluo is not stingy either. It's its own attendant, after all. So with a wave of his hand, he pulls out 5 or 6 more food cards. After activating them, the table was filled with food. Dasha doesn't even know how to be polite, so he sits down and chows down. When eating, its eyes and actions became much more agile. What a pure foodie zombie, Lin Ziluo exclaimed again. He had previously agonized over the fact that there was no place to put the get supply cards. It's nice to have Dasha to share the load now. After the two finished their meal, he took out the map from the storage space and started thinking about it. My original plan was to seek revenge on Li Haobo at level 5 or 6. But now it's all over. I'm level 8, too, so I don't have to find dungeons to upgrade my level. With my current equipment, and Dasha, a powerful assistant, maybe I can just try to change jobs and become a phantom. Then the next destination would be the Magic City Museum, looking for the transfer scrolls. A man has the perverse ability to enslave zombies in a post-apocalyptic world, but he chose a naive zombie as his henchman. And this zombie has a special fetish. It likes to eat human food. Lin Ziluo is helpless at this. Luckily he have a lot of food or he wouldn't be able to feed it. Then he took out his map and confirmed his next destination, the Magic City Museum. I remembered that the old scroll in the Magic City Museum was the key to transferring to a new job. Once someone activates the scroll, they will be transported to the job transfer space, and then need to complete 3 job transfer trials to obtain the Phantom Job Transfer Scroll. If it is not completed, it will be obliterated. In my last life, I was able to transfer thanks to Li Haobo. At that time, my roommate and I heard that there were treasures in the Magic City Museum, so we wanted to check it out. But I didn't expect to get the news that Yao Jinghan was cheating on Li Haobo on the way there. I originally wanted to seek revenge from Li Haobo, but I didn't expect that Li Haobo bribed 3 of my superficial roommates. They tricked me into the job transfer space. They wanted me to fail the job transfer and used this to erase me. But he didn't expect me to succeed. But in the process of changing jobs, my face was disfigured by the boss that appeared in the 3rd trial. That scar has followed me for 10 years. When this happened in my previous life, it was on the 8th day of the Doomsday game. There must be no one at the Magic City Museum right now. And without Li Haobo as a stumbling block this time it should go much smoother. With this thought, Lin Ziluo closed the map with satisfaction. But it's Dasha's appearance that's a bit eye-catching. And then he got an idea with a twinkle in his eye. Soon Dasha, with a new look, followed him out the door. The clothes were picked from inside the bodyguard room. Along with the sunglasses, Dasha's red pupils with zombie characteristics were completely covered up. From the outside, he looks like a vicious bodyguard. Not only that, Lin Ziluo also found some of the mercenary weapons. And equipped Dasha with a machete. After more than 3 hours of traveling, Lin Ziluo has finally arrived outside the Magic City Museum building. To his surprise, there are a lot of zombie bodies lying on the ground. Looks like someone's already here. I'll have to be careful. After thinking about this, he also accelerated his pace. He took out the Tang sword and immediately rushed towards the zombies blocking the road in front of him. After a smooth battle, he got rid of most of the zombies. And his luck is still very good. He got a relatively useful item. Ding! Congratulations to the player for getting a bronze level one-time prop. Fireball scroll. Lin Ziluo listens and curiously opens his backpack to check it out. Fireball scroll can release a fireball with fixed energy after use. Players can use fireballs to attack a specific area. You can also choose to detonate the fireball to cause an explosion. Although it doesn't look good, Lin Ziluo knows very well. The power of this kind of one-time scroll is terrifying. He nodded in satisfaction after seeing the introduction. But at this moment, there was another roar of zombies nearby. Lin Ziluo turns his head warily to look. Dasha, dressed as a bodyguard, attracts the attention of several female zombies. They surrounded Dasha and kept looking up and down. After the end of the world, a man has taken a zombie as his attendant, and named him Dasha. And as long as Dasha doesn't take the initiative to attack the zombies won't attack him either. This means that Dasha can actively approach zombies for sneak attacks. It can also enter the zombie swarm without killing to open treasure chests. This can often save me a lot of trouble. But normally Lin Ziluo wouldn't choose to let Dasha do that, because if Dasha is utilized to open treasure chests, he wouldn't get the experience, reputation, and storage space rewards. This would be a waste. He takes out his binoculars and looks around. In his previous life, on the 8th day of the end of the world, this place has almost been cleaned up by players. But right now it's a little hard to clean up with just myself and Dasha. It's a pity that the job transfer scroll cannot be moved. Otherwise, it would be much easier to just ask Dasha to go into the museum to pick it up. No! When Lin Ziluo looked towards a shopping mall, he noticed that there were many people gathered above. And most of them were strong, young men. Behind the floor-to-ceiling windows, you can clearly see 4 or 5 people inside, looking down at the Magic City Museum. While observing, they are discussing questions and gesturing with their hands. They seem to be making some plans. Besiege these zombies inside the museum. We're understaffed. Lin Ziluo guessed several words through lip language. It seems that the traces of the fight I just saw were probably left by them. Well, if I can join them and follow them into the museum, it would save me a lot of trouble. Thinking about this, he puts away his Tang sword and binoculars. Greeting Dasha, he starts walking downstairs. At this time, in the warehouse of the mall, nearly 100 players gathered here. The leader, Gaodong, founded this organization called Reaper Club. Well, then we have a deal. We will set off once we have gathered 200 people. Everyone prepares their own weapons. Gaodong looked down and said. As soon as the words left his mouth, the people around him clamored for more. Due to the success and thrill of several zombie roundups, makes the members of the Reaper Club very inflated. DN it. I can't wait. What's the point of waiting? Are you looking down on everyone's strength? It's time to go straight for it. That's right. I want to eat roasted whole lamb, but I don't have enough supply cards. Gaodong, you have ulterior motives. Do you want us to starve to death here so you can take our supplies? At that moment a quarrel came out. With a pop sound, a man was slapped to the ground. A woman holding an iron rod looked at the knocked down man and said, Huang Mao, watch your fking hands. Huang Mao rubbed his swollen face, not afraid at all. I said Tian Jingjing. Don't show off to me just because you have a bronze level iron rod. Now you've slapped me in the face. If you obey me, I'll leave you alone. How about it? Should you consider it? Tian Jingjing snorted coldly after hearing this. I know what you, Huang Mao, have in mind. Obey you? Bah! Are you worthy? Don't worry, I have the grace to not argue with you now. When I get the chance, I'll play you so hard you won't even your mom know you. Just you? Play me? Take a piss and look at yourself. It really made me laugh to death. Tianjingjing holds a bronze-level weapon in her hand, and her strength can completely crush the opponent. Everyone around us laughed when they heard that. Although Huang Mao knew he couldn't beat her, but he was laughed at by so many people and had no choice but to pick up the wooden stick and get ready to try. The people around us are all watching the fun and making a fuss. Huang Mao, don't be a wimp. How can you be afraid of a pussy? Tianjingjing, give me a good fight. I want to see how your good body will twist during a fight. Gao Dong saw this and immediately jumped down to stop them. Stop arguing and listen to me. It's just that the voice was too low and was drowned in the laughter of everyone. At that moment the elevator doors dinged. Immediately afterwards, Lin Ziluo and Dasha walked in slowly. Lin Ziluo froze for a moment when he saw Gao Dong. It's him? After the end times, a man has taken on a 2-meter-tall zombie as a follower, and named him Dasha. And as soon as they appeared, they caught everyone's eye. The crowd that had been arguing quieted down in an instant. The masked Lin Ziluo was enough of an eye-catcher in itself, plus super strong guy Dasha. Who wouldn't be scared after seeing this? And Lin Ziluo notices Gao Dong outside the crowd. He remembers that he seems to have seen him in his last life when he activated the scroll. His name was Gao. What was it? At this point, Gao Dong reacted and took the initiative to meet him. I don't know what to call you. What brings you to the Reaper Club? After checking the attributes of the two people, he suddenly became confused. Lin Ziluo's information was all unknown. And next to him, Dasha, who also only shows rank. My brother and I saw that there are quite a lot of people in your club. We'd like to see if we can join you. Lin Ziluo replied honestly. Gao Dong was overjoyed when he heard this. Do you want to join our death club? Then we definitely welcome you. Let me introduce you. I'm Gao Dong, president of the Reaper Club. It turns out that you are the president. Lin Ziluo comes forward and extends his arm. My name is Lin Luo. This is my brother Dasha. He's a bit of a fool and a mute. He used to be a bodyguard for the rich. A little stupid? Doesn't that mean they're gullible? If I could get these two to be my accomplices, then wouldn't my right to speak be greatly increased? Thinking of this, Gao Dong shook the other's hand warmly. Lin Luo brothers. On behalf of the Death Club, I welcome you to join. That's great. We're organized now. Lin Ziluo puts on a naive demeanor. He himself didn't think it would be so easy to join them. Then the three of them arrived at Gao Dong's temporary office. Brothers Lin Luo, Dasha. We really hit it off right away. I wonder what your preferences are. As a brother, I'll set you up. The words are for Lin Ziluo, but he keeps his eyes on Dasha. It makes Lin Ziluo wonder about his sexuality. Brother Gao, my brother, and I both like fighting. Our greatest goal is to become stronger. When we have time, we like to go out and kill zombies to upgrade. We come here mainly to have an organization. After hearing this, Gao Dong showed a trace of heartache on his face. Want to become stronger. I do have an extra skill book here, so I'll reluctantly give it to you, brother. Skill book? Lin Ziluo was stunned. There's such a thing as picking up a skill book for nothing? Is he willing to pay such a high price to please us? He was secretly delighted. But on the surface, he pretends to refuse. This thing must be very precious, right? Gao Dong heard this and waved his hand generously, saying that they are all his brothers. Don't say whether it's precious or not. Come on, brother, take it. After saying that, he took out a book from the storage space and stuffed it into it. Lin Ziluo was shocked at the sight. Holy shit! It's really a skill book. Did I open it the wrong way? In this life, are all people in the last days so generous? The Fury of a Lost Mind Warrior class skill. After enabling it, users will enter a state where they cannot control themselves, losing all consciousness and turning into a lunatic who only knows how to attack living creatures around him. All attributes increased between 20% and 50%. Duration 2 minutes. This skill has great side effects. Use with caution. Lin Ziluo was a bit speechless when he saw this. It's true that there's no such thing as a free lunch. What is the difference between completely losing consciousness within these 2 minutes and being a zombie? And the combat effectiveness of an unconscious person is simply not as good as that of a conscious person. Gao Dong explains awkwardly at this point. Although the side effects of this skill are quite large, but it's a lifesaver when you're in dire straits. He originally wanted to use it himself. But he was also dumbfounded when he saw the description. Lin Ziluo considers for a moment and then closes the skill book. Then he spoke in a calm tone. I have already felt Brother Gao's feelings. I like this skill book very much. Thanks Brother Gao. A man just took in a 2-meter tall zombie follower. Unexpectedly, someone took the initiative to give him an extremely rare skill book. This made his heart feel great. I have already felt Brother Gao's feelings. I like this skill book very much. Thanks Brother Gao. Does Brother Gao have anything else to say? If not, I'll go upgrade with my brother. Lin Ziluo said that and took Dasha and tried to leave. But at this time Gao Dong quickly stopped them. He thought Lin Ziluo was giving himself a leg up. So he felt very sorry. After all, I'm the one who used the skill book to trick people in the first place, so I still need to compensate them a little bit. Thinking of this, Gao Dong took out a few cards from his storage space. I'm sorry, brother. I'll tell you what. I've got a supply card for a fried chicken family bucket. Let's enjoy it together, brothers. Lin Ziluo did not accept it after hearing this. No, Dasha and I have to find zombies to gain experience. Not only did I get the other party's skill book for free, I also made him feel guilty. Naturally, he was embarrassed to ask for this supply card again, but then Gao Dong stuffed it directly into his hand. Go ahead, brothers. If you're in need of food or drink, just take it from the warehouse. You're welcome. Then I will replace my brother and thank you, Brother Gao. Lin Ziluo scratched his head helplessly. Go ahead. Come to us anytime if you need help. Looking at the other party's leaving figure, Gao Dong couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Brother Lin Luo is really good. I gave him such a crappy skill book and he didn't mind it. What a brother! Lin Ziluo, who had stepped out of the office at that moment, immediately sensed something was wrong. Because there are 3 people staring at him right in front of him. It's as if they've been waiting for a long time. He passed by with an expressionless face, wanting to see what the other party was up to. As expected, the leader of the other party spoke arrogantly. Dude, I'm not threatening you. Just wanted to give you a heads up. Don't get too close to that Gao Dong. Otherwise, even if your brother is very good at fighting. With that, he reached out and blocked Lin Ziluo's path. Lin Ziluo was a bit impatient at this sight, directly slapped his arm away. Dasha, what are you waiting for? Work! Upon hearing this, the 3 of them took out their weapons and said with a teasing smile. So what if he's a big guy? He's only level 4. I'm telling you, these people behind me are all level 4. At this moment, Dasha rushed towards the opposite side like a beast. And before they could finish their words, he charged up and slapped them. And forcefully turned the leader's head 180 degrees. The body fell heavily to the ground with a thud. Do you have anything to add? Lin Ziluo looks calmly at the remaining followers in front of him. The 2 panicked and trembled in fear. After reacting, they quickly waved their hands and begged for mercy. No more, no more. And then Lin Ziluo left with Dasha as if nothing had happened. A few moments later, a few people heard the commotion and came over. They were shocked to see the horrible state of the bodies on the ground. Holy shit! One slap made his head spin half a circle. That's disgusting. Jiatai has been competing with Gao Dong for the position of club boss. Maybe it was the help Gao Dong found. Use this simple and crude way to eradicate dissidents. And give other people a warning. It's not impossible. That's when the noise outside also caught Gao Dong's attention. He walked out and spoke impatiently. What's all this noise? Don't you have anything to do? Hearing this, a follower quietly came forward. He told him what had just happened. How cool would it be to have a zombie follower with incredible combat power? Not only does it warm your bed at night, it can also be at the forefront when fighting. After Dasha killed the person who threatened Lin Ziluo with a slap, Gao Dong from Reaper Club also walked out of the house. After listening to his followers' account of what happened, Gao Dong almost laughed out loud. Brother Lin Luo has given me a great gift. Killing Jiatai in front of so many people. He is undoubtedly helping me establish my authority. It is estimated that no one will covet the position of club president in a short time. Gao Dong felt extremely happy when he thought of this. He then had his men clean up the bodies. And then he ran back to his office in excitement. And at that moment Lin Ziluo took Dasha back to his room to rest. In order to confirm his suspicions, he asked the system if Dasha would attack him or do anything against him. The system replied that it would not under any circumstances. Protecting the host is Dasha's instinct instilled by the system. It has absolutely nothing to do with sanity. Lin Ziluo can even control Dasha's behavior himself. This would mean that Dasha can whore out a spike in attributes when it turns on the fury of a lost mind. Then he gave the skill book to Dasha. The sensible Dasha was about to answer but hiccuped involuntarily. Looking at the newly added skills on Dasha's panel, Lin Ziluo couldn't help but sigh in admiration. It's true that stupid people have stupid blessings. During the day, I might be able to suppress Dasha, but at night, with the two-way blessing of darkness and the fury of a lost mind, in these 2 minutes, even I have to temporarily avoid the sharp edge. No, I have to work on that too. Come on, Dasha, let's go upgrade. Let's try out you new skills. I remember a good place inside the Magic City Library. Then the two of them swaggered to the door of the library. The zombies they encountered along the way were basically crushed by them. Inside the library, there's something called a game store. Not only can you buy equipment there, but you can also get daily supplies. But only if you have gold. Soon the two of them arrived at the door of the game store. Since the library hadn't been overrun by the players outside, so now this place is rarely known. Lin Ziluo put his hand on the doorway's recognition machine right after that. Player Jarius, welcome to the game store. Happy shopping. As the sound rang out, the heavy iron door slowly opened. As soon as he entered, he see dozens of panels hovering in front of him. Weapons, jewelry, masks, and so on are all categorized and listed. I currently have a deposit of 6,000 gold coins, calculated based on 2,000 gold coins for a piece of high-quality bronze-level equipment. I'm perfectly capable of making up the missing pants, gloves, and breastplate. With that in mind, he began to look for the equipment he needed. But then the sound of fighting came from outside the iron gate. Before coming in, Lin Ziluo had arranged for Dasha to guard the door and attack immediately as soon as any zombie comes over. With Dasha's current attributes, there's very little that can threaten him, so Lin Ziluo isn't worried about his safety. But just as he continued to look at the items, an arm suddenly stretched out from the panel next to him. It instantly grabbed at Lin Ziluo. After the end of the world, a man took in a 2-meter-tall zombie as a follower. Not only is this follower's combat prowess off the charts, and its favorite food is pork knuckle. In order to replenish equipment, Lin Ziluo took Dasha to the game store. But he didn't expect that he would be attacked by zombies inside. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and dodged in time, and quickly stepped back to put some distance between. A female zombie hissed and poked her body out next. Lin Ziluo saw this and took out a long sword from the storage space. Unexpectedly, this zombie actually lives in the game store. Isn't this a deliberate attempt to screw people over? He had never encountered such a zombie in his previous life. He wondered if they will drop any rare items. Thinking about this, Lin Ziluo's heart was vaguely looking forward to it. When the zombie saw the living person with thin skin and tender flesh, he excitedly pounced on it. But before it even got close, Lin Ziluo's sword slashed its neck. It fell to the ground with a thud and lost his breath. System, fast automatic pickup. After a few moments of waiting, a chest appeared in his hand. Will it be a weapon with super high attributes or equipment with heaven-defying attributes? Lin Ziluo excitedly opens the chest. A blinding green light was also lit up. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a prop supplies card. A piece of toilet paper. Looking at this, he was instantly dismayed as if he had been doused in cold water. This purchase consumes 6,000 gold coins. The remaining amount is 0. Purchase complete. Closing the game store soon. As the sound rang out, the surrounding area became blurry. When Lin Ziluo regained consciousness, he realized he was in a supermarket. It seems that the virtual space of the game store itself is set up here. The zombie just now probably broke in from the supermarket by mistake. After Lin Ziluo looked around to make sure there were no other zombies, he took a bag of spicy strips and ate them with relish. Forget it, I'll go find Dasha first. With that thought, he walked towards the door of the game store next to him. When he came out, he saw that there were already several sprawled bodies lying on the ground. Awesome! Lin Ziluo gave it a thumbs up and complimented it. Then he attacked the other walkers still roaming around. After all, the only way to get supplies and items is to kill them yourself. As the zombies continue to fall, beep after beep went off as well. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a one-time bronze level prop. Worn out scarecrow. Congratulations to the host for obtaining bronze level equipment. Combo gloves. Congratulations to the host for obtaining bronze level equipment. Huansho blade. Congratulations to player Jarius for obtaining a new item. The new item is highly compatible with the Tang sword you have. Can be upgraded by using the fusion stone. After the end of the world, not only did the man single-handedly kill hundreds of zombies, and he also took in a pretty strong zombie as his follower. After killing so many zombies, Lin Ziluo's experience is about to reach level 9. Then he checked the supplies he had just obtained. He didn't even bother to look at the other cards. Props and equipment are the key. Worn out scarecrow. One-time bronze level props. After the player places it on the ground, it can attract creatures that originally have hatred towards the player, until the scarecrow is completely destroyed. This one's not bad. It's a real lifesaver. He then looks at the second item, combo gloves. Strength +1, bronze level equipment. 5% chance of an additional attack when worn. This equipment's properties are similar to the explosive double slash, but it's not as powerful as double slash, but it's pretty good. Huansho blade. Bronze level equipment. A long, straight-edged blade made from steel that has been repeatedly folded, forged, and hardened. Strength +3. It's obvious that it takes strength to the extreme. Abandon all collateral effects, and add all to strength. This is the best of the best in bronze. Lin Ziluo happily put on the combo gloves. Then the system's beep sounded in my ears. Are players now using the fusion stone to fuse the Tang sword with the Huansho sword? The fused equipment has a chance to be one level higher than the original equipment, unless you're very unlucky. It won't be any worse than the original equipment. Lin Ziluo naturally knows this, but there is still a risk after all. He did not hesitate and directly chose fusion. Player Jarius activated the fusion stone. The equipment Huansho Dao and Tang sword will be merged soon. Are you sure about the fusion? After fusion, the two pieces of equipment will disappear permanently. Fusion begins. Please wait 30 minutes. Take advantage of the waiting time. Just enough for him to finish today's dinner. The two of them then take out their meals and start feasting on them. Soon after, a beautiful voice came to his ears. Congratulations to player Jarius for the successful fusion. Obtain the silver level equipment decapitation magic blade. I didn't realize it was a silver level weapon. Lin Ziluo instantly froze for a few seconds after hearing that. Then he excitedly rushed over to check it out. Decapitation magic blade. Strength +4, physique +1, passive skill, decapitation. Increase speed by 20% during beheading. Increases the player's strength by 1 point for 3 minutes after a successful beheading. Holy shit! That's a hell of an attribute. That's awesome. Lin Ziluo played with it lovingly. Dasha, let's go. Get the scrolls from inside the library. Hearing Lin Ziluo's words, Dasha had to put down the bone in her hand with reluctance. You don't have to guard the door this time, just rush forward and fight your way into the library first. After making a plan, they started taking action. Dasha rampages through the zombie horde like a humanoid tyrannosaurus. And itchy Lin Ziluo follows suit. He finds the right angle and throws hard. For the first time, Roundhouse Chop has been combined with the Decapitation Magic Blade, and it kept on killing zombies. Then he successfully caught the Decapitation Magic Blade that flew back. The hall has been cleared of walkers after some fighting, and he has successfully leveled up to 9. Lin Ziluo takes a moment to look at Dasha at this point, but the scene he saw surprised him. Jesus! What have you done? After the end of the world, a man just took in a 2-meter-tall zombie follower. But he didn't realize that this follower's combat power was so explosive. The two of them, after cleaning up the zombies in the library, Lin Ziluo also takes a moment to look at Dasha. But the moment he turned his head he was shocked and stunned. Dasha's fine suit is tattered and torn by the zombie's scratches. The machete in its hand is also nowhere to be found. Then he can't help but glance underneath Dasha. He feels instantly less confident at that glance. Jesus! Not bad for a humanoid beast. Dasha, you can rest here for a while. I'm going to check the toilet. You can go to the top floor in 10 minutes. I'll wait for you on the top floor. Lin Ziluo said that and walked towards the restroom. Ever since he found the fusion stone in the toilet last time, he has been obsessed with toilets. Dasha, on the other hand, nodded seriously. The time soon came. Half an hour later. The two of them also came to meet on the top floor of the library. Looking ahead at the wandering walkers, Lin Ziluo gives the order with a heave-ho. Dasha, activate the fury of a lost mind. Upon hearing his request, Dasha doesn't hesitate for a second. In an instant a great deal of anger fills Dasha's head. While it was still conscious, Lin Ziluo then administered another dose of strong medicine. Dasha, those dozen zombies in front ate all your roast chicken. So you won't have roast chicken tomorrow. The fury of a lost mind boosts attributes according to the level of rage. As soon as these words came out, the muscles on Dasha's body burst out with veins. The skin all over its body turned dark red due to anger. Then it lost its mind and roared and rushed over. Lin Ziluo, on the other hand, sipped tea and watched comfortably. And from time to time, he took action to harvest the dying zombies. Dasha begins a savage charge like a beast into a flock of sheep. Watching such a brave scene, Lin Ziluo can't help but exclaim holy shit a few times. Is the fury of a lost mind that strong? Dasha's attributes actually doubled under the stimulation of two aspects. This fighting power is so awesome, it really deserves to be naturally powerful. But soon enough, the time for the fury of a lost mind is almost up. Dasha's body shape then returned to normal. Exhausted, it then collapsed and sat on the ground. Lin Ziluo looks over in confusion, only to see the wounds on Dasha's body slowly healing. Curious, he immediately checked Dasha's attributes. He discovered that the other party had a skill called energy replenishment at some point. The food it eats will be quickly converted into energy to heal its own wounds and replenish its physical strength. It's amazing. Lin Ziluo can't help but marvel at this. It seems that Dasha's talent for eating doesn't seem to be weaker than his natural strength. Afterwards, he couldn't wait to sort through the equipment he'd gotten from his recent zombie kills. Sheltering chest armor, bronze level equipment, physique +1, agility +1, skill, shelter. Can form a transparent shield around your body as you wish. Spirit potion, disposable bronze props. Instantly restores 10% of your mental energy after drinking it. In addition, there are also 2 equipment enhancement scrolls. An absolute bonanza. He thinks about it for a while and decides to strengthen the blood-sucking ring first. He hoped that the enhanced ring of blood-sucking would be able to keep up with his consumption in battle. Let's bet on it. Lin Ziluo decides and clicks the reinforcement button. In the next second, a green light flashed instantly. The entire ring began to become illusory as well. It's a zombie with a lot of combat power, but it's willing to be driven by humans. Just because men have the sick ability to enslave zombies. After Lin Ziluo ordered Dasha to clean up the surrounding zombies, he took out his equipment and started to strengthen it. In a flash, a green light flashed. Reinforcement successful. Congratulations to player Jarius for obtaining Blood-Sucking Ring +2. The user converts 12% of damage dealt to enemies into stamina, transfers through the weapon into the user's body. Looking at the Blood-Sucking Ring with its attributes doubled, Lin Ziluo's heart was filled with joy. After strengthening his equipment, his own attributes reached new heights. Almost enough rest. Come on, Dasha, let's keep exploring. Lin Ziluo shouted and turned around and walked down. Because they took the fire escape when they came up, so they avoided the zombies inside the library. After that, the two of them passed by a badly damaged room. Lin Ziluo just glanced at it and realized, a zombie with this kind of power and behavior must be a boss. I recall that when I came here in my last life, all the bosses were wiped out. As for now, then I will accept it without any courtesy. He didn't go looking for the boss immediately, but instead went to the Magic City store to see if there were any available props. The Magic City store is not the same as the game mall. This place is open to everyone. Lin Ziluo for tackling over 100 walkers in the lobby. So the fanny pack on his body is bulging again. Congratulations to the player who has successfully searched for the Magic City store and has gained 10 points of reputation. Each player may not stay in the store for more than 30 minutes. Players will be charged a hefty fine once they exceed 30 minutes. If the fine is refused, the game system will directly eliminate the player. Dear player Jarius, Welcome to the Magic City Store. Since you are the first customer to be welcomed to the Magic City Store, you are entitled to a 50% discount on one purchase of goods. Lin Ziluo knows the rules of the store like the back of his hand. He didn't waste any time and walked into the metal warehouse decisively. Then one transparent panel after another appeared around him. Lin Ziluo skillfully skipped the welcome message and directly checked the products. Super Flash Bomb, priced at 1,000 gold coins. Short-range launcher for 500 gold coins. Ice Pick Magic Reel, priced at 3,000 gold coins. Power Pill, 1,000 gold coins. Lin Ziluo flips through the items, a look of disappointment in his eyes. What's going on? The items in the store haven't changed. But I have completely lost the joy and excitement of going to the store in my previous life. Is it because I'm too rich? What's all this stuff? And right after that, he closes the panel and prepares to leave. Ding! Detected that the host is not satisfied with the items in the Magic City Store. Purchase permission for hidden items in the Magic City Store has now been opened. Each city store will have city-specific hidden items. These hidden items can only be purchased by players who have contributed a lot to the city. Holy shit! I've never heard of this, but when I think about it, it makes sense. I have never made a high contribution to any city before. Let's see what big hidden treasures are in there. Lin Ziluo then clicked the button on the panel. The next second a welcome message popped up. Then 3 expensive items appeared. In the midst of the apocalypse, people who have contributed very highly to the city will receive an exclusive hidden item. The man didn't contribute anything but cracked the purchasing privileges with the help of the system. But when he opened it, he found that there were only 3 items inside. Magic City Badge of Honor, priced at 200,000 gold coins. Magic City Orderer's Uniform, priced at 12,000 gold coins. Magic City Guardian Mark, priced at 10,000 gold coins. Currently, with his current balance, he can only choose the latter 2. Anyway, there is a discount, so keep it to buy expensive ones. I'll buy the mark next time I'm here. With that in mind, he decisively clicked on Magic City Orderer's Uniform. A card appeared in his hand. Thank you for coming. Welcome to the next time. After saying these polite words, the metal hatch slowly opened. Lin Ziluo couldn't wait to check the properties of his equipment as soon as he arrived outside. Magic City Orderer's Uniform, Diamond Level Special Equipment. Only those who have made outstanding contributions to Magic City are eligible. Ability 1, Transformation. All clothing type equipment can be hidden by uniforms. 2. Comfort. Uniforms are self-cleaning, temperature regulating, and reparable. 3. Majestic. As long as one is in the Magic City, players who are not as prestigious as you and attack you will have their attributes reduced for a short period of time. 4. Order. You can issue one task to a player in Magic City every day that needs to pass system detection. The difficulty of the quest is determined by your reputation and does not require you to pay a reward. Lin Ziluo took off all his equipment, and then he puts on his uniform. Then a robe suit appeared on him. Let's try the transformation property first. With that, he took out his sheltering chest armor and activated the illusion skill. In the next second, the card in his hand disappeared. But his body clearly felt the increase in attributes. So just wearing this uniform, all my other equipment will be absorbed by the uniform. And the effects will be inherited on the uniform. In this case, I only need to wear one uniform. And I can maximize my flexibility and concealment. Not only that, like after equipping chest armor, the chest position of the uniform inherits the defensive properties of the breastplate. This is a feature that can only be described as awesome. Seeing that the time is coming, Lin Ziluo hurriedly pulls Dasha out of the store. He's going to try out the order function. Using the order function on Dasha, destroy the world. Hearing this, Dasha was so frightened instinctively that its whole body trembled. Ding! The mission has not passed the system audit. Kill legendary bosses. Knocked out the Magic City Library with one punch. Peeking at girls in the shower. Lin Ziluo tries a few more times in quick succession. Found out that the outrageous and unrealistic type of quests can't be posted at all. Only the last one can be published. After thinking for a long time, he posted a reliable quest. Kill the boss in the Library of Magic City. Looking at the confirmed panel above, Lin Ziluo hems and haws. The fact that it was released successfully also tells us one thing. In the future, I can use this feature to find out if there are any bosses in the neighborhood. Then he greeted Dasha, and the two left here. The next goal was to upgrade and find the hidden boss. At this point it's getting dark. Somewhere in the library, in a small attic room, a girl trembles and says to her boyfriend next to her, "It won't find its way here, will it?" Wei hugged her and comforted her softly. "Yes, we will be fine." The girl was a little more relieved when she heard that, but then she turns her head to find a horrible scene. A scarlet eye appeared outside the crack of the door. It was staring at them. After the end of the world, a couple hides in a small dark room to do nucleic acid. But they didn't realize that there was a pair of scarlet eyes staring at them in the dark. When the girl discovered this, she was so frightened that she screamed. The boy also has a look of despair in his eyes. And then the creature crashed through the door and crawled in. It stretched out its tongue and licked the boy's face. "Xiaomei, run!" Away panics, then pulls the girl and storms outside, seeing the exit getting closer. But then a tongue wrapped itself around Xiaomei's ankle. In the next second, she's being pulled towards the monster. And then red blood spilled into the air. Watching his girlfriend die at the hands of the monster, angry Wei immediately raises his broom and rushes forward. Until a few minutes later, Lin Ziluo and Dasha found this place after looking for the sound. After discovering the two dead people and zombies on the ground, Lin Ziluo could only sigh helplessly. He understands that this kind of newcomer will not survive long after the game's novice protection period. It's a relief to be dead now. A zombie in assassination form? He recognizes this walker's species right away. Just like humans changing jobs, zombies will also have their own development trends during the evolution process. The evolution speed of the boss is the fastest, and the differences in types can appear in the early stage of the game. Zombies in assassination form are similar to assassins in humans, possessing super high movement speed and strong attack ability. Crawling zombie, bronze level boss, level 10. Talent, crawling. Crawls freely on non-smooth surfaces such as walls. Skill, backstab strike. Swing out a claw strike. Once it hits the enemy's back, the damage caused will be doubled. Phantom sneak attack. Able to briefly blend into the ground or a wall to avoid attacks. Once it jumps out, it will launch a dash attack to the front. Deals 80% power attribute damage. Lin Ziluo only glanced at the skill name, and knew what the skill did. I have to say that this zombie boss is very powerful. Its talents and skills form a perfect match. And this zombie looks like a relatively intelligent one. It seems that the two people in front of it are not easy to mess with. It also behaves more cautiously and does not launch an attack rashly. Ding! It was detected that the player Jarius encountered a bronze-level boss. Triggered quest, Crawling Zombies Grudge. Optimizing quest-related issues. Crawling Zombies Grudge, the library administrator was wrongly accused of stealing books from the library. While he was being insulted by his leader, when the end came, he turned into a zombie and killed the leader. He wants revenge and wants to kill everyone in the world who likes to read. The quest calls for killing it. Rewarded with reputation, gold, experience, and a bronze-level equipment. After hearing the system's voice, Lin Ziluo also started to take action. Dasha, just go up and block it. Don't let other zombies come over. Upon hearing this, Dasha rushed directly to the opposite side, raised the big iron rod in its hand and hit the zombies. And just as the iron bar is about to fall, only see the zombie quickly blending into the wall as if they melted. Immediately afterwards, a shadow suddenly appeared on the wall. The shadow quickly wandered into the wall behind it, watching the clumsy Dasha. A flicker of derision flashed in the crawling zombie's eyes. Then it suddenly sprang out and attacked Dasha's back without reservation. But the next second, the black sword light flashed past. A wail of agony sounded. The crawling zombie looked at his broken claws with fear in his eyes. Lin Ziluo then waved the decapitation magic blade in his hand again. The crawling zombie instantly turned his body around and used his claws to parry. The price is to lose a few sharp claws again. At this point, it's in a deep state of fear. Immediately pull away and run away into the distance. Lin Ziluo was speechless when he saw this. So you're scared? You're nothing more than that. He then activates Boots of the Wind and White Wing Cloak, and chased after him with a swish sound. The crawling zombie doesn't dare to turn around, it keeps crawling forward. Lin Ziluo catches up and uses explosive double slash. It hits the crawling zombie's head with precision. The mark is triggered, and in an instant, its body is blown apart. A large amount of minced meat lunged towards Lin Ziluo, but after contacting the robe, they all slipped off without being stained at all. At this moment, the system's beeps sounded one after another. Congratulations to player Jarius for completing the quest and obtaining a bronze level equipment. Congratulations to the player who has leveled up to 10 and gained 1 point free attribute. Congratulations to the host who has successfully leveled up to 10 and has gained a chance to draw a gold finger. Do you want to extract it now? The newbie period is almost over. If I'm the first player in the entire service to make a successful transfer, I'll also get a global announcement. With that in mind, he clicked the extract button. Ding! The second gold finger is being extracted. Congratulations on winning the super gold finger, Yin Yang Dual Life. The host can have 2 professions. Of the host's 2 professions, the first profession gained will be the profession shown to the public. There are no restrictions on the content of the 2 professions. However, if the fixed increase is for the same attribute, the highest value will be taken. The second profession will only increase 50% of the free attribute points. Lin Ziluo was a little confused when he saw this scene. It really can't even think about it. He can have skills from 2 professions. If I switch to a warrior profession, and then switch to a mage profession, wouldn't it be possible to achieve true dual cultivation of physics and magic? Does this imply that I will dominate the apocalypse in the future? In the middle of the end times, the zombies also have an evolutionary bias. Although the reptilian zombie boss in front of him has very high attributes, it is still not good enough compared to Lin Ziluo. After taking out the crawling walkers, he's also successfully leveled up to 10. With the opening of the second golden finger, unexpectedly, he actually awakened the dual profession of heaven defying, worthy of a powerful golden finger. Each one is unimaginably powerful. In an instant, countless possible ideas popped into his head. But at that moment, all the zombies on this floor heard the noise of the fight and came here as well. Lin Ziluo, who was in a state of excitement, directly launched Spike Assault. Suddenly a dozen spikes rise up from the ground and pierce through the massive zombies. Lin Ziluo realizes that he needs to get out of here as soon as possible. Otherwise, more and more zombies will come. Then, he picked up the silver treasure chest that fell from the crawling zombie. Then he called Dasha and ran upstairs along the safe passage. Soon the 2 of them arrived at the 5th floor stairway. There aren't many zombies roaming around here, and they're all low level. Then he won't have to do it himself. Dasha can handle them all by herself. After arranging Dasha, Lin Ziluo found a quiet corner to think. According to the notes of this gold finger, Phantom is a profession that increases strength and agility. That means I still need to find a profession that increases my physical and mental strength. This way I have no shortcomings, and my profession can be diversified. But what gave him a headache was, the only one that met the requirements was the hidden profession from across the ocean, Knight of the Sword. There seems to be no particularly good profession of this type in Long Country. Forget it, don't think about it now. I'll get the Phantom Scroll first and then think about other things. Lin Ziluo temporarily put aside thinking about this issue, and began to receive the reward for killing crawling zombies. First up, bronze level equipment. Congratulations on acquiring the bronze great hammer. Made of bronze, the weight is amazing. Strength +2. Attacks have a rupture effect. Has a bonus to destruction. Lin Ziluo weighed it and found that it was really not light. But apparently this one is better for Dasha. After handing it the giant hammer, Dasha seems very satisfied with this equipment. This kind of smile only appears when eating roast chicken. The mission issued to Dasha through the order function only rewards 1 scouting eye. Lin Ziluo then opened the silver chest. In an instant, a pale golden light flashed past. Congratulations to player Jarius for acquiring strong combat pants. Silver level equipment. Pants with strong toughness. Can help the player well in battle. Attribute, physique +3, agility +1. Function reduces the duration of negative effects on the player by 20%. Lin Ziluo put on the pants happily. Then he puts the 1 point free attribute he got from the upgrade on Spirit. After all, he is a person with dual professions, so all attributes must be fully developed. After dealing with these, he doesn't want to kill zombies anymore for the time being, so he asked Dasha to pick up the items dropped by the zombies he just killed with Spike Assault. and he decides to find a place to get a good night's sleep. The newbie protection period has not yet expired. The job transfer system has not been opened yet. Prepare first for changing jobs to Phantom. As for the second profession, I will wait until I study it carefully. Let's hope the Reaper Club can gather 200 people soon. This way, I can clean up the library earlier. The 8th day after the end of days. The newbie protection period is about to disappear. Lin Ziluo after a night's sleep in a zombie-filled library, and took Dasha back to the club. And then they took the elevator straight to the top floor. Then they waltzed into Gaodong's office, and asked when the other side could attack the museum. Gaodong readily replied, "We've recruited a few people in the past few days, and now the club has almost 200 members. We'll be heading towards the Magic City Museum this afternoon." Having said this, he took out the loudspeaker and prepared to summon the team members. As long as this operation is successful, no one will be able to compete with me for the position of president. I need to find a way to keep this useful pawn with me. The thought of it brought a smile to the corner of his mouth. Soon all the team members gathered together. Gaodong started an impassioned speech. "Dear members, today is an important day for us at the Reaper Club, because we are about to face a huge battle. We'll be all hands on deck to round up the zombies in the Magic City Museum, protect the cultural crystallization that our country has inherited for many years. Everyone gather together and prepare to attack Magic City Museum." As soon as they heard that they could fight, everyone below immediately cheered up. "I'm gonna kill all the zombies in the museum. I want to get a bronze-level equipment. Finally, I've waited for this day. I, Huang Mao, am about to rise. I'm not bragging, I'm going to level up to 5 this time." Lin Ziluo sighed helplessly at this scene. These people really regard Doomsday as a game where you can easily defeat monsters and gain strength by killing monsters. Once the novice period is over, I don't know how many unlucky people will die miserably. Then everyone rushed to the first floor to gather and wait. But the excitement was so great, it caused a riot. "Where are my pants? Who the FK pulled down my pants? Don't pick at my hair, I'm already bald. Where are my shoes? Who kicked my shoes away?" Gaodong then takes the binoculars and observes the densely packed zombies. Asked Lin Ziluo for his advice. Lin Ziluo then spelled out his plan. "If we rush up together, we don't have the advantage in numbers, we can easily be surrounded. We can find a few people with high agility to use a relay method to lure zombies with raw meat soaked in zombie viruses. After the lure is successful, we take them into the encirclement we have arranged in advance. The rest would ambush around the encirclement in advance and then concentrate their firepower to eliminate them." Gaodong is a bit hesitant after hearing this plan. After all, there are still too many zombies in front of the museum. But it's the only way to minimize casualties at this point. And the other 2 leaders of the club gave a thumbs up in favor of this. Then Lin Ziluo took out the raw meat soaked in the zombie virus, and said that his agility is considered high in the club. Just leave it to him to lure the zombies first. "Brother Gao, I'll leave Dasha to you." After Lin Ziluo finished speaking, he glanced at Dasha, and found that it was excitedly playing with the hammer in its hand. It seems that it really likes this hammer. But this hammer really suits it. After settling Dasha, Lin Ziluo immediately started taking action without wasting time. Everyone knows that the first shot is the most dangerous, so they all looked at him with admiration. While Lin Ziluo was holding the raw meat to attract the zombies in the museum, some of the higher agility people are rushing to the spot where the relay is needed. And the rest of us went to the ambush site. When Lin Ziluo arrived at the relay point, he stuffed raw meat into the hands of the next team member. "You guys keep running with the meat, and I'll help you hold off the zombies for a while." After saying that, he rushed into the zombie group regardless of his own safety. The 2 showed a touched look at this. "Brother Lin is so nice." And Lin Ziluo smiled smugly. "You were fooled. Now that the humans and zombies have been lured away, I have to find the scroll quickly, lest it be snatched away." Then after he casually disposes of a few walkers, Lin Ziluo then heads straight for the museum. Following the memories in his mind from his last life, he found the location of that showroom with no problem, and finally saw the ancient scroll made of unknown animal skin. After the end of the world, there are only a handful of people who can get the opportunity to change jobs. People who can successfully switch to a hidden profession are even rarer. And Lin Ziluo, after taking care of the zombies in the museum, He successfully found the place where he changed job in his previous life. Looking at the two patterns on the scroll, Lin Ziluo is certain that this is what he is looking for. It's not an ordinary item at first glance. It's no wonder that it lured many people to death in the previous life. He walked quickly to the scroll, and then slams his fist into the outer shield. An ear-splitting siren ensues, but the shields on the outside don't budge. Unconvinced, he swings out with a few more thuds and thuds. Eventually, the shield is overwhelmed and shatters. Congratulations to player Jarius for discovering a strange scroll. It seems to hold a great secret. Player reputation increased by 500 points. The scroll is summoning the player. Does player Jarius accept the scroll's call? Accept! Lin Ziluo blurted out without hesitation. In the next moment, a blinding light filled every corner of the exhibition hall. His vision was gradually covered in white light and he closed his eyes. Player Jarius enters the scroll. Program execution complete. As the words left his mouth, Lin Ziluo looked around, realizing that he had appeared in a completely sealed stone house. There are balls of flames floating above for lighting. He followed his memory straight to a stone wall, and then a magical scene appeared. The arm went through without a hitch. This is the spot. After making sure, he no longer hesitated and strode inside. Congratulations to player Jarius for activating the trial. There seems to be some secrets in this scroll. It has been waiting for someone to inherit the power of the scroll. Trial requirements: clear 3 trials. During this period, all equipment skills and abilities are disabled. Trial reward, level +1. Special profession Phantom. Failure in the trial will directly kill the player. Ding! The system detects that the host is accepting the trial. Starting modification program. The host will not be penalized for failing the mission. The system will protect the host from leaving the trial space safely. Ding! It is detected that the host is accepting a trial. Successfully triggered the quest Ancient Trials. This is a legacy that has existed for thousands of years. It's waiting for someone strong enough to inherit it. Quest requirement: pass the trial from the scroll. Inherit the true power of the scroll. Quest reward: draw a random common gold finger, a silver level equipment. Lin Ziluo was a little confused after hearing this. Thousands of years? That's powerful enough. Although the phantom profession can be called the top, but it is completely unworthy of such a statement. This profession does come from a legendary assassin in the ancient Long Kingdom, but it only has a history of 1,000 years. Moreover, Phantom Assassin, who changed jobs for the second time at level 50, and Phantom God, who changed jobs for the third time at level 80, do not match your statement. System, what's going on? After the system heard the inquiry, it was rare that there was no reply, and even disappeared directly in front of his eyes. Although Lin Ziluo realized that there was something strange, he still took over the task. He then proceeded to head forward. There's a stone platform in the center of the cave. Above the stone platform lies an earth-colored bead. After he places his hand on top of the earth-colored bead, the surface of the bead gradually glows with red threads. These threads are long and short, and their number continues to grow. It's coming! Lin Ziluo tensed up and became alert. Immediately afterwards, the body was sucked into a red vortex. After the end of the world, the parchment scrolls in the museum become the key to changing jobs. The man found this place first time based on his experience in the previous life. As he placed his palm on the golden ball, the next second, his whole body was sucked into the red vortex. When he opened his eyes, a strong odor of blood hit his nose. At the moment, he's surrounded by an infinite space. The space is filled with a dark red color like blood, giving people a very depressing feeling. Lin Ziluo is standing on a reef, but everything within the range is an endless blood-red ocean. He reached out and scooped up a handful of the seawater below, and discovered that the so-called seawater was actually blood. It's impossible to imagine how this infinite blood-colored ocean was formed. If it came from humans, how many people would have to die to have blood on this scale? Kill! A loud shout suddenly echoed above the space. This voice seemed to be magical. It made Lin Ziluo's blood boil immediately, and his consciousness began to blur a bit. He remembered that in his previous life, he relied on his hatred for Yao Jinghan to survive this test. During that time, he was so scared that he wanted to give up countless times, and now he thinks about it, he's really a loser. But he'll never be that gutless in this life. Kill! Kill! The sound of the voices rang out one after the other at this point. The blood-colored ocean below also condensed waves to slap towards him. Lin Ziluo endured all this silently without evading. Dozens of times, hundreds of times, thousands of times. Waves of blood lapped endlessly, and the sound of kill shook like thunder. He still hasn't taken a step back. Finally, I don't know how much time has passed. The surroundings gradually became quiet. Only then did a smile appear on his face. Because he passed this trial. Immediately after that, another mysterious purple vortex appeared in the sky. And his body drifted towards the vortex uncontrollably. When Lin Ziluo opened his eyes again, realizing that he's back in the cave where he started. Congratulations to the player who passed the first level of the trial. Please proceed to the next level. As soon as the words left, an incredibly deep cave appeared in front of. Lin Ziluo adjusted himself a bit and walked straight into the cave. At this moment, there was darkness around him, and there was endless depth behind him. All he had to do was keep going. There is no sense of time here, and there is no need to eat or sleep. As long as body can still move, it must keep moving forward. In his last life, he didn't know how long he had been walking. Just remember reaching level 3 after passing out. As he lifted his feet, a voice suddenly echoed in his head. Give up. Anyway, as long as you faint, you can go directly enter third level. Lin Ziluo is unaffected and strides forward. He didn't know how long he had been walking in this darkness. Maybe a month, maybe 3 months, maybe many years. No direction, no goal, no creature of any kind. Some are just endless loneliness. Gradually his consciousness began to blur, and his steps became slower and slower. The experiences of his last life began to appear in his mind. Lin Ziluo rubbed his eyes, feeling a bit ridiculous. He actually had a hallucination. Is there actually white light in this space? No. This is the end. Lin Ziluo is so excited, he's almost crying. After the end of the world, there are only a handful of people who can get the opportunity to change jobs. And those who successfully switch to hidden professions can become gods of war. But the trials of the profession switch process are also extremely dangerous. 9 deaths a lifetime. Lin Ziluo finally passes the second level of the transfer quest with perseverance. At this moment, a white light appeared in front of his eyes. As he got closer and closer, the bright light ahead of us is becoming clearer. His eyes, which had been in darkness for a long time, did not feel any discomfort, only warmth. Did I really make it to the finish line? For a moment, he was so excited that he almost cried. After calming down, he slowly walked into the white light. The next moment, the scene in front of him changed back to the same cave as before. Congratulations to the player who has successfully passed the second level of the trial. Please proceed to the next level. Lin Ziluo hears this and lets out a long breath. Although he didn't need to work so hard and persevere, he could pass the trial if he proved himself a little. But he didn't want to do this. He was left with deep regrets about his poor performance in the 2 trials in his last life. Now he just wants to make up for all his previous regrets, including the cat in the next level. That cat who left himself with scars that can never be repaired. A pain lurked on his face at the thought. Then without further hesitation, he heads straight for the entrance to the stone wall. The third trial begins. Players are asked to kill the guardian beast. Hearing the prompt, Lin Ziluo vigilantly took out the long knife he selected from the weapons library outside. In the next second, a cat's cry sounded. The sharp, piercing sound echoed in every part of the cave. Immediately afterward, a ripple appeared on the hard stone wall. A black cat jumped out from inside with a swoosh. The cat is a bit larger than the average cat. The scariest part is its face. It's like a wrinkled old man's face. The human-faced cat has been staring at Lin Ziluo with its blue cat eyes ever since it appeared. Lin Ziluo took a long breath and closed his eyes. He thought back to his last life when he fought the human-faced cat. The details of each of his opponent's fighting techniques and strikes. Although his understanding of combat has reached its peak. And after recalling memories again and again and simulating combat scenarios again and again, his ability once again achieved a huge breakthrough. Ding! Detected player Jarius' ability breaking through to a new realm. The epic level talent Omnipotent Proficient has been transformed and grown into the legendary level talent Omniscience and Almighty. In terms of combat, you have unimaginable heights. In terms of fighting methods and types of weapons, you can come with it at your fingertips. Lin Ziluo did not pay attention to the prompt sound of the Doomsday Game, because he heard the human-faced cat move. Even though the other's movements were gentle and swift. With his eyes closed, he still senses the position of the human-faced cat through the change in airflow. The next second a bright light flashed. In an instant, Lin Ziluo's long knife was swung out with all his strength at the same time. The sharp edge of the blade cuts right through the cheek of the human-faced cat. And then, countless blades blocked its surroundings once again. Just in the moment of the exchange, the human-faced cat that gave him a headache in his last life was killed in seconds. Player Jarius successfully killed the guardian beast. Congratulations to player Jarius for passing the third trial. Congratulations on receiving the reward for the trial. Level +1, Phantom Transfer Scroll. Since the player did not complete the transfer, the level +1 bonus will be stacked the moment the player completes the transfer. As the tone sounds, a scroll also appears in Lin Ziluo's hand. Once he opens the scroll, he'll be successfully transferred to the hidden profession Phantom. But he didn't rush to open it, because he's surprised to find he hasn't left the cave. In his last life, he was teleported out after going through so much trouble to kill the human-faced cat. What's going on here? After the end of the world, man walked alone in darkness for thousands of years, just to get a hidden career that is rare in this world. And after going to great lengths to kill the zombie cat, he received the scroll required for the transfer as expected. But instead of being happy, he looked suspicious. In my previous life, I was teleported out of the trial after killing the boss. Why isn't there any movement this time? Am I stuck in the trial? Could it be that the golden finger system is trapping me here? Thinking of this, he hurriedly called up the system interface. Sure enough, he found that the quest requirements clearly showed incomplete. Seeing this, he suddenly came to his senses. Which means I never inherited the true power of the scroll. Is getting the scroll only the first step, and activating it the second? Ding! Detected that the host has successfully passed the trial. Please continue forward and receive the true power of the scroll. Lin Ziluo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after hearing the system's voice. Fortunately, it wasn't a bug in the system that trapped him in the cave. Then he asked confusedly how to go. But the system is like before, no response. Seeing this, he became curious in his mind. What kind of scroll is this that can keep Goldfinger quiet? Or are the scrolls and the Goldfinger system old friends? Never mind. Just follow the prompts and move on. Soon Lin Ziluo came to the end of the cave. It wasn't until he got very close that he discovered that there were small cracks on the stone wall. And it felt like a pattern when the cracks were connected. The moment his hand touched it, a golden light suddenly flashed. Then the light began to move along the surrounding cracks. And finally spliced into the two patterns recorded on the previous scroll. One is a cow, the other is a bird. With the pattern constructed, the wall has begun to shake as well. After regaining his composure, an ancient stone door appeared in front of him. Lin Ziluo steps forward and tries to push the door. As a result, the stone door was pushed open easily. The scene inside is also in full view. On the stone table in the center is a bead and a scroll. Other than that, there's nothing else. Looking at the beads on the table, Lin Ziluo gives a disgusted look, because this is the same earth-colored bead that appeared in the first trial. So he picked up the scroll first, but there's nothing inside. While he was wondering, a warmth passed through the scroll and into his hands. Then two words appeared on the scroll, Chi Yu. This scroll is actually related to Chi Yu. Lin Ziluo was shocked. So the cow and bird patterns that appeared before, are they the cow totem and bird totem of Jiuli tribe? Then more and more words on the top manifested themselves. Chi Yu was killed by the Huangdi. Huangdi beheaded Chi Yu and buried him. Heads turned into a bloody maple forest. Legend has it that cat ghosts are capable of preserving souls. Shio's soul was preserved because of his encounter with the cat ghost. Shiyu knew that his soul would eventually dissipate, so he created this scroll of trials before he faded away. The final level of the scroll is guarded by a cat with cat ghost blood. What Shiyu wants to test is your unyielding will, perseverance that lasts forever. The perfect battle. Your 3 trials have all reached the highest requirements. And you have been qualified to inherit the strongest power of Jiuli tribe. Please place your hand over the totem. Lin Ziluo's breathing became rapid when he saw this. He decisively pressed each of his hands on a totemic pattern. In an instant, light shines everywhere. The scroll's endless energy began to pass through Lin Ziluo's 2 hands. The pain from the cleansing of his essence causes his body to tremble uncontrollably. But Lin Ziluo still stood his ground without changing his color. Ding! The system successfully detected that the unknown force comes from Blue Planet. Unknown forces are being matched to the Blue Planet Cultural Doomsday System. Match made. Gamification successful. Player Jarius is in the process of transferring. Congratulations to player Jarius for his successful transfer. In accordance with the culture of the Blue Planet, the Doom system has named this profession Leader of War. Player Jarius is requested to end the trial as soon as possible. The profession Leader of War needs to be data mined. After the power transmission, Lin Ziluo collapsed on the ground sweating profusely. At this point, his heart was pounding with excitement. A watched flower never blooms, but an untended willow grows. He originally wanted to get Phantom's job transfer scroll. Unexpectedly, he accidentally passed Chio's trial and gained the strongest power of Jiuli tribe. This Leader of War is quite interesting. At the same time, he also understood the function of the bead placed on the stone platform. It was the Jiuli bead, the natural weapon of Leader of War. Leader of War needs to constantly let Jiuli bead swallow energy to improve Jiuli bead's ability. After the end of the world, the man not only gained the power of Qiyu, the ancient god of war, but also inherited the terrifying treasure of the Jiuli tribe. After Lin Ziluo completes his transfer, the earth-colored bead on top of the table suddenly rested in his hand. A voice rang in his ears at that moment. Jiuli bead, the Jiuli tribe's greatest treasure. It's the most important weapon of Leader of War Qiyu. Players can through the trials of Qiyu, inherits the power of Qiu's scroll and binds it to the player. Exists in the player's consciousness. Function 1, able to freely change forms according to the player's ideas, and give players the professional abilities of that form. 2, can devour energy to improve equipment's abilities and attributes. That means this item can grow indefinitely. With a slight movement of the mind, Jiuli bead disappeared from his hand and appeared in his mind. A weapon worthy of Qiyu. It has such a special way of existing. Lin Ziluo pressed the button to end the trial after the euphoria. In the next moment, everything around him became unreal. When he opened his eyes again, he was back in the museum. The exhibit hall is covered in zombie bodies. The scrolls on the stand are still there, but now it is just an ordinary scroll for viewing. Player Jarius ends the trial. The player's profession Leader of War is being digitized. The Leader of War profession has been data mined. Player Jarius will gain 3 points of strength, 3 points of constitution and 3 points of free attributes per level. Calculated based on the player's previous experience and quest rewards. Player successfully upgraded to level 13. There is too much information, Lin Ziluo can only pick up the key points. He opens his panel and realizes that his final attributes are outrageous. With this attribute, I can walk sideways among the zombies in the future, right? Congratulations to the player for becoming the first player to successfully change jobs in the apocalypse. Obtained the only global level achievement, Trailblazer. Service-wide announcement coming soon. Announcement or not, Lin Ziluo doesn't even have the time to think about it. He couldn't wait to open his profession panel. Leader of War, Lord of Arms, God of War, possessing unimaginable powers like Qiyu. The ancient Jiuli tribe's greatest treasure created this horrifying profession. Those who have not experienced cruelty cannot control it. Attributes, add 3 strength, 3 constitution, and 3 freedom points per level. Ability 1, Lord of Arms. You can manipulate the Jiuli bead to transform into any warrior-type weapon, thereby obtaining the abilities and skills of that warrior-type profession. 2, Jiuli bead. You can improve the attributes and grade of Jiuli bead by infusing abilities into Jiuli bead. 3, not yet activated its specific ability. Lin Ziluo can't help but take a breath when he sees this. Surprised. No, shocked. He feels like he's dreaming. During his 10-year doomsday career, he has never seen any introduction with the word extremely terrifying. This is outrageous. Let me try the power of this Jiuli bead first. Lin Ziluo then took out a baseball bat and clicked devour. The next second, the dazzling light flashed continuously. Seeing the attributes after Jiuli bead devoured it, Lin Ziluo froze on the spot, stunned with shock. Qiu's ancient Jiuli tribe treasure is so terrifying that even a man who has lived in the apocalypse for 10 years was stunned. After the Jiuli bead devours the decapitation magic blade, A prompt sound also came out. Jollibee swallowed enough energy to successfully evolve to the silver level. Lin Ziluo takes a deep breath. And now it's time to show the true power of the Jollibee. Only see that under the influence of his thoughts, the beads began to gradually change their appearance. Eventually, it takes on the same appearance as the decapitation magic blade. Jolie's blade, silver level equipment. Strength +4, Constitution +2. Attacks have 10% armor break. Skill, Jolie Chop, swinging sword energy deals 130% strength damage. Jolie Heavy Chop, slashes the enemy with a single slash, dealing 200% power damage. Players themselves cannot obtain skills through the Leader of War profession. These skills will change as the Jollibee changes form. Lin Ziluo begins to repower the Jollibee with his mind. Moments later it changes again to a bow and arrow style. Jolie Bow, silver level equipment. Strength +4, agility +2. Can gather mental energy to form arrows. Flaming Arrow, shoots a flaming arrow forward with 120% attribute damage. And cause a continuous burning state. Ice Arrow, the power is also 120% of attribute damage. Causes a short slow on enemy hits. Lin Ziluo exclaims Jesus 3 times in excitement at this. So, Jolie Dagger corresponds to the assassin profession. Jolie Shield corresponds to the tank profession. Jolie Sword corresponds to the swordsman profession. He then couldn't wait to try to condense other weapons. But at this time, Jollibee didn't respond at all. Warning! Warning! The player's mental energy is exhausted. Continuing to forcibly switch prop forms will result in a stun. Unexpectedly, one transformation almost consumed his mental energy. No wonder he felt dizzy in his head. Then the announcement of world announcement rang. Congratulations to player Jarius for becoming the first player in the apocalypse to reach level 10 and successfully transfer. The speed is amazing. Obtained the only global level achievement, Trailblazer. The sound of the announcement reached everyone's ears. Since it was late at night, most of the players were asleep. This world announcement is so annoying, I was woken up right after I fell asleep. Jarius? What a familiar name. FK, it's him again. Looks like I have to work harder too. At the moment Lin Ziluo is sitting on the ground, with a meditation necklace around his neck, and a small magic wand in his hand. He drank a small recovery bottle, just to get his mental energy back quickly. Congratulations on receiving the title of Pathfinder. This reward is 1000 reputation points, 2000 gold coins, and 3-point free attributes. The title of pioneering person can only be obtained by the first person to complete the transfer in the end of the world. All attributes +2. For players with professions, there will be a 5% attribute suppression. Lin Ziluo sighed at this. It doesn't seem as useful as he thought it would be. It's all right now. Extract me that silver level equipment. Ding. A silver piece of equipment is in the process of being extracted. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a silver level equipment, the illusory face of evil. Mask with demonic evil power. Please don't fall into servitude to the devil. Spirit +3. Skill 1, Disillusionment. After wearing it, the player's basic information can be hidden. Unless the opponent is 5 levels higher than the player's information cannot be viewed. Skill 2, Demon's Gaze. For 3 seconds after use, the person staring at the mask will fall into a state of fear, reducing their attributes and reducing their body coordination. Lin Ziluo loves this mask. The hidden mask he always wears on his face is actually a prop and cannot be called a mask. Now, the illusory face of evil can replace it. After replacing it, he didn't activate the uniform's illusion effect. Then an image wearing a robe and a devil mask appeared, which was very scary given the dark surroundings. Lin Ziluo is very satisfied with the equipment he obtained. Then it's time to draw the normal gold finger. This is a magical mask. Wearing it not only hides information about yourself, but also drive those who look at it into a state of fear and madness. Lin Ziluo happily puts on the mask and starts extracting the gold finger. Ding! Congratulations on breaking through the limit LV1. Breaking the restriction that only one ring can be worn in terms of equipment. Wear ring +1, which means he can wear 2 rings at the same time and still have them both work. He has 1 more equipment square than anyone else. That's outrageous. But now he doesn't have any extra rings. He can only wait until a good one comes out next time to wear it. After receiving the reward, he began to happily consider how to distribute the 12 points of free attributes in his hand. After some deliberation, he added 3 points of strength, 3 points of constitution and 6 points of spirit, combined with the 3 points of mental attributes brought by the illusory face of evil. His current strength has once again skyrocketed. That's it. Let's get back. With all that taken care of, he rushed back to the gathering place. There is a carnival going on the second floor of the club at this time. Everyone is celebrating today's victory. Gaodong slowly walks to the front of the stage and begins his speech. Today is the siege of the Magic City Museum that can be recorded in the history of the club. Let me introduce to you the hero of this battle, Dasha. After saying that, he pulled Dasha over with a flattering look on his face. It's a pity that Dasha only has food in its eyes and ignores him. Brother Dasha, let's put that chicken leg on hold. Let's show the brothers boys what you're made of. The moment Gaodong was about to touch the chicken leg, Dasha quickly turned around and protected the chicken leg in its arms. He had to smile awkwardly at the sight. At that moment the sound of an elevator came from the distance. A robed Lin Ziluo slowly walks in. Gaodong sees this and rushes forward to greet him. Brother Lin, I see you at last. You don't know, we spent a long time looking for you. Those bastards thought something had happened to you. Lin Ziluo smiled slightly when he heard this, and asked him how the battle was going today. Not bad. Killed over 1,500 zombies. We also recruited a lot of people and got a lot of supplies. Dasha alone wiped out over 100 zombies today. That's a lot of work. As he spoke, he brought Lin Ziluo to the warehouse. You see, these are our hauls for the day. There are a lot of new brothers here today. We owe this operation to you. Will you be free later? Say a few words to the brothers. Speaking of which, he quietly leans into Lin Ziluo's ear. Let me tell you, there's strength in numbers. If we unite these brothers, in the future we'll be able to do more with more. Lin Ziluo's eyes lit up when he heard this. A lot of people? Wouldn't I be able to find a lot of equipment? Jolie Bead is expected to break through the diamond level. The more people in the club, the more other resources I will get. And I have too many supply cards to use up. Maybe I can trade these supply cards for their gold, or even equipment and items. After all, the upgrade of Jolie Bead requires these things. With that in mind, Lin Ziluo said, let's make a deal. Hearing this, Gaodong came up with a sincere look on his face. What kind of talk is that? Brothers Lin and Dasha have made so many outstanding contributions to us during this siege. Just tell me what you need. Hearing this, Lin Ziluo also bluntly said that he needed equipment. What did I think it was? This is the surprise I prepared for you. I didn't expect you just needed it. With that, he slipped a ring into Lin Ziluo's hand. After the end of the world, not only have men inherited Chio's ancient legacy, he also acquired the Jolie tribe's greatest treasure, the Jolie Bead. Lin Ziluo, who returned to the gathering place, wanted to quickly upgrade by trading resources. But unexpectedly Gaodong took the initiative to hand over a ring. He took the ring and didn't rush to check its properties. Since it's a token of appreciation from Brother Gao, I'll take it. I will come again at 8 o'clock tonight. 8 o'clock? Gaodong was a little confused after hearing this. Lin Ziluo explains. I need to know the new rules when the protection period ends at 7 o'clock this evening. I'll be here around 8 o'clock to make the deal with the members of the Reaper Club. When the time comes, you will be responsible for gathering more people here. He was also reminding Gaodong in disguise not to go out after 7 o'clock. Because once the novice protection period ends, the zombies' abilities will be greatly increased. And it's generally hard for players who are used to fighting low-level zombies to adapt to. A lot of people will die because of this. Gaodong understood what he meant and smiled confidently. I almost forgot about the novice protection period. But don't worry, Brother Lin. We're not new players anymore. We can handle it. I will make sure my brothers prepare what you want. Brother Lin, what do you intend to trade with us? Lin Ziluo shook his head helplessly after hearing this. Not to shed a tear until one sees the coffin. It's probably just some supply cards or something like that. You'll know when the time comes. With that he takes Dasha and leaves the premises. Although Gaodong agreed, there was still a trace of disappointment on his face. Because the club doesn't really have a shortage of supply cards. The revelry continues at this point. Club members get high and have fun. Then Lin Ziluo arrived at the apartment where he had taken a nap earlier. After enduring the heartache and giving dozens of props to Jollibee to devour, Jollibee finally devoured enough energy and successfully evolved into a gold-level prop. Playing with the Jollibee transformed into the Jolly Blade in his hand. He finally breathed a sigh of relief, not realizing that this evolution would go so smoothly. He originally thought that he would have to kill a silver-level boss at around level 30, before he could come into contact with items of this level. The attributes of the gold-level Jolly Blade have been nearly doubled. But there are no changes in skills. As the sky darkens, the zombies outside are becoming more active. It's like getting a pillow when I am sleepy. You've come at the right time. Lin Ziluo suddenly swung forward with Jolly Blade in hand. Jolly Chop is activated. In an instant, golden rays of light appeared one after another on the blade, and then instantly broke away from the blade and slashed towards the zombies below. 5 zombies were cut in 2 before they could react. Dasha, work! Lin Ziluo called out to Dasha and jumped off the ledge first. Dasha followed closely behind and rushed into the zombie group like a beast. The two of them had been walking and killing for over an hour, and had killed about 500 zombies. Such battles also bring high rewards. Nearly 4,000 gold coins were harvested. Lin Ziluo's level has also successfully risen to level 15. The items and equipment dropped from the zombies were countless. The time is already 6:50, and it's going to be 7 o'clock soon. After hearing the alarm clock prompt, he hurriedly asked Dasha to retreat. The two adopted the tactic of fighting and retreating at the same time, and began to move towards the building next to them. Finally got into a safe house by 7 o'clock. Lin Ziluo's preset alarm goes off again. 7 o'clock has arrived. Newbie protection period ends. The dim sky gradually turned blood red, just like the day when the doomsday came. The roars of the zombies echoed endlessly. The zombies, who were originally very thin, their bodies quickly shrank and transformed into a hunting form. And most of the taller zombies transform into berserk form. There's even curse forms, poison forms, slime forms, and so on. The 8th day after the end of the world, real despair has arrived. The sky turns scarlet again. A large number of zombies have taken a drastic turn. The body of the original skinny zombie shrinks rapidly, transforming into a hunting form. And most of the taller zombies transform into berserk form. There are also poisonous zombies with abscesses all over their bodies, overweight zombies with rapidly expanding bodies, cursed zombies with black mist all over their bodies, sticky mucus zombies, etc. And the familiar announcement panel reappears. Only it's changed from blue to blood red. Ding! Rookie protection is over, all zombies have been greatly enhanced. And the growth rate of smell and hearing is fully improved. Some zombies will be given special forms. Zombies will be randomly organized for mass attacks. The strength of zombies in the dark increases again. And in the darkness, the player's attributes are reduced. Blue planet geostructure buildings will be strengthened. All food not produced in the game will greatly increase the speed of spoilage and mildew. Long-term consumption of water and food not produced by the game will gradually reduce the player's basic attributes and will never be restored. The drop rate of supply cards has been fully upgraded. Massive deterioration of the environmental climate. Profession transfer channels are now open. Each city will have 2 transfer tables for warriors and mages. Country leaderboards feature is live. All players on the list can enjoy great rewards, and can participate in subsequent regional competitions. Overhaul of the game instance zone system. Dividing lines appear in all cities. Cities will be completely closed off from each other, ND cannot be crossed. Subsequent updates will be enabled after specified conditions are met. Lin Ziluo can't help but furrow his brow after reading these prompts. Still just as cruel as in his last life. The true end has come. Next, the player must live or die, and they must fight for their lives to survive. Many are desperate to find that the food they have gathered is drying up and molding. Even vacuum-packed food smells like spoilage. Rivers, lakes, seas, bottled mineral water, beverages, and alcohol all have a disgusting odor at the same time. Unless you hold your nose and swallow, you'll vomit in disgust. The howls of zombies outside the house come and go. Occasional screams can be heard from the players. After the zombies have completed their evolution, they realized in despair that the zombies that they were able to kill easily. They desperately discovered that the zombies that could be killed easily, now easily tore their own bodies apart. Lin Ziluo originally wanted to take Dasha away with him, But when he turned around, he realized that Dasha was also a zombie and was mutating. All the zombies out there mutate in a matter of seconds, but Dasha hasn't finished yet. Shortly after that, Dasha suddenly goes into a frenzy. Lin Ziluo saw this and quickly asked the system what was going on. Ding! Because the player panel on Dasha was conflicting with the zombie evolution, the system is modifying permissions. After system modification, Dasha will not appear in a new form. The zombie attribute increase effect it obtains is only 50%. To compensate, Dasha will no longer be driven by the instincts granted by the Doomsday Order to participate in operations such as zombie waves. It generates a new talent, and it can be transferred as well. At the same time it's also can transfer. Lin Ziluo's eyes light up when he hears this. If it's possible to transfer, I'll give it an awesome hidden profession. Isn't that better than inheriting 100% of my attributes? It's just too awesome for words. Lin Ziluo then checked Dasha's player panel. And Dasha's epic level talent was upgraded to legendary level talent. Attributes have skyrocketed. Ding! Congratulations to Jarius level in the Long Kingdom rankings, and at the top of the list. Does the player need to hide the game name? Congratulations to Jarius for being at the top of the list with 3,720 reputation points. Congratulations to Jarius Diamond level equipment Mordor Orderer's uniform for making it to the top of Long Kingdom equipment list. Congratulations to the player whose gold level equipment Jolie sword has been ranked second in the Long Kingdom equipment list. Does the player need to hide the game name? No hiding at all. Lin Ziluo replied sunderily after hearing this. Then he checked the leveling charts. Number 1 is himself. The next 3 are all level 7, named Zhang Yuanzhong, Dasha, and Pujuan. Looking at the naive Dasha in front of him, Lin Ziluo is a little confused. Unexpectedly, it was ranked 3rd. Then he checked the reputation and equipment rankings again. Second place, Zhan, Prestige 350. Third place, codename Pujuan, Prestige 210. Fourth place, Zhang Yuanzhong, Prestige 170. His own reputation value is 10 times different from the second place. Moreover, he occupied 6 of the top 7 places in the equipment rankings. That's outrageous. Ranked first in all 3 rankings, Lin Ziluo can imagine the shocked expressions of others. It was too revealing. He was inwardly caught in a state of indecision. Be a master of hiding my identity? Or be a masked panda surrounded by other players? The true end has finally come. Because of many near-death battles, this man surpassed billions of people and became the first strong person in the apocalyptic rankings. But at the same time, troubles also come one after another. His message is exposed to all. Be a master of hiding my identity? Or be a masked panda surrounded by other players? Lin Ziluo is in a state of indecision. In my previous life, I hid my identity because of the shadow left by the Li family on me. I want to secretly encroach on the Li family. But now that the Li family has not grown up, it cannot pose a threat to me at all. It's not bad if I don't hide my identity. I'll just be regarded as a panda. I have a mask. What are I afraid of? Maybe I can recruit a few subordinates for my use, and help me collect some equipment, just in time to feed Jolie's sword. Thinking of this, he decided not to hide his identity. Then Lin Ziluo began to receive the benefits of being on the leaderboards. Congratulations to player Jarius for achieving the feat of being number 1 on the rank list, number 1 on the prestige list, number 1 on the equipment list, and number 1 on all 3 lists. Obtained the hidden epic level title, unparalleled in the world. Only those who top all country level leaderboards are eligible for this title. Once one item is not met, the title will disappear. Players' total attributes are increased by 10%. Spending gold in all stores and hidden instance zones in Long Kingdom will be discounted by 10%. Increase drop rate by 1%. Increase rewards for completing quests by 10%. Skill, matchless, immune to all damage for 1 second, cooldown 24 hours. Lin Ziluo was so excited after reading this. This is awesome too. Even a level 90 God of War can't hurt me in this second. I must firmly maintain the top of these 3 rankings. Immediately afterward he couldn't wait to wear the title. But a 1% increase in drop rate. That's not right. Isn't my current drop rate already 100%? What's the point of increasing it by 1%? Ding! Once the extra 1% is triggered, 2 loots will appear. Hearing the system's prompt, Lin Ziluo suddenly realized that. Dasha, let's go. Let's go harvest the little leaks of the Reaper Club. Try to see if the system is telling the truth. With that, he opened the door and walked outside. But the moment he opened the door, a zombie jumped right at him. Facing this sudden attack, Lin Ziluo doesn't panic at all. As he dodged, he instantly took out the Jolie sword from his storage space, and he swung it at the zombie's neck. That's not very lucky. As soon as I went out, I encountered a zombie in hunting form with the talent of stealth. At this stage, all zombies have had their attributes increased by 50%. With the increase in talent forms, you can imagine how much the zombie's strength has increased. At this moment, the sound of the battle attracts the attention of the other zombies. Oh, Jesus! Poison zombies! Dasha, retreat quickly! Lin Ziluo immediately shouted and ran off into the distance. This kind of zombie is not good at fighting, but it is good at disgusting people. Even its saliva is corrosive. Seeing the zombies chasing after him, Lin Ziluo realizes that running like this isn't an option, but may attract more and more zombies. He need to get rid of them as soon as possible. Then after passing a corner, he suddenly had an idea. He quickly called Dasha and ran towards a building. After the end of the world, most of the zombies have mutated. When a man killed a hunting form zombie, the sound of fighting also attracted the attention of other zombies. As they gather more and more, Lin Ziluo didn't want to fight and quickly took Dasha into a house. Then jumped out from the window opposite the door and successfully arrived at the secluded street behind. The entrance to the club is now littered with bodies that have been slaughtered by zombies. Many have paid with their lives for their laxity and arrogance. Lin Ziluo rode the elevator and just reached the top of the building when he heard many cries. The halls are filled with a sad atmosphere. Most of them sit on the floor in despairing silence, demoralized. They didn't expect that the zombies they could easily kill before would be so strong now. There's another part of the group that's hugging the food and gulping it down, because even if they don't eat now, they will become a pile of garbage in a few days. Lin Ziluo couldn't help but feel happy when he saw their depressed appearance. Then he leapt up and jumped onto the container. Then took out some supply cards from his storage space and started selling them. In order to help everyone survive. In order to give everyone hope of survival. You only need to pay some gold coins, and of course, equipment and props will do. You'll have enough food for a whole day. Why don't you hurry up and buy? Hearing this, the people below were suddenly energized. They all scrambled over. Lin Ziluo didn't take advantage of the fire. Instead, he exchanged it to them for a very fair price. After a short while he made over 10,000 gold coins. After the sale was over, he took Dasha with him and prepared to leave, satisfied. By the way, keep it down, all of you. It's late at night now. If someone makes a big move and attracts zombies, don't blame me for letting Dasha crush you with a hammer. As soon as these words came out, everyone who was excited just now was immediately trembling with fear. Because Dasha had killed over 100 zombies before, it left a deep impression in their hearts. He then went to Gaodong's office. As soon as Lin Ziluo walked in, Gaodong immediately put on a smile. Brother Gao, you should know who I am, right? Lin Ziluo chuckled. After today's leaderboard came out, via Dasha's name and the Magic City Orderer's uniform, he can definitely guess Lin Ziluo's identity. After Gaodong adjusted his emotions, he waved his hands hurriedly. I should call you Big Brother. Brother, take me with you from now on. I'll do whatever you want me to do. What are you so nervous about? I'm not gonna kill you. Lin Ziluo is a little amused by this. Then he whispered a few words into Gaodong's ear. After hearing this, Gaodong immediately patted his chest and promised that he would definitely do it. With that, he left the area at a quick pace. Lin Ziluo looked at his back and hemmed and hawed. Let's hope this Gaodong is a smart guy. But even if this thing fails, even if he doesn't do it, I have no loss at all. Then Lin Ziluo locks the door and gets ready to rest. So much for the first day of the end of novice protection. In order to get more gold coins and equipment, I will kill mutant zombies tomorrow. Then it's up to Gaodong to find the equipment and come back alive to exchange for the supplies card. After the end of the world, most people are too scared to leave their homes. But these two people were killing wantonly among the zombies. In this kind of empty street, people will easily fall into a circle of zombies. If Lin Ziluo and Dasha hadn't been so strong, they really wouldn't have been able to come to Magic City Library successfully. It is worth mentioning that although the attributes of zombies have been greatly enhanced, The benefits obtained after killing them have also been improved. The amount of gold and experience gained for each zombie killed has increased by about 20%. After getting rid of the zombies in front of them, Lin Ziluo quickly walked into the library with Dasha. He had killed all the zombies inside before, so there's no danger. But when they got to the 5th floor, there was the sound of several people talking up there. With this magical store, when people come to buy things, we collect tolls and make a fortune. Yes, all the zombies here are dead, and it's very safe. Boss, just collect the supply card as toll. Then we won't have to worry about food and drink. But who killed all the zombies here? The zombie corpses on the 3rd and 4th floors are piled all over the floor. Who can do this? It should be a very strong team. There's no way they didn't discover the Magic City store, right? We have occupied this place. What will we do if they come to trouble us? As soon as he said this, the door to the safe passage was opened. Lin Ziluo strides in. Who are you guys? Can't you see there's someone here? A man with a beard spoke impatiently. The bald guy next to him immediately stepped forward to stop him. Boss, wait, check to see if the person behind is Dasha. When he heard what his man said, he immediately checked Dasha's panel. Then he instantly exclaimed in shock. Holy crap! Isn't this the 2nd highest ranked player in Long Kingdom? Ranked 2nd? Lin Ziluo thoughtfully. Dasha has the auto-growth of experience that zombies have. It's normal that he's managed to surpass Zhang Yuanzhong's experience bar. After learning Dasha's identity, those people instantly became much more well-behaved. The bold words they had just made were forgotten. Dasha's in the way with a fierce look on his face. The guys are immediately trembling with fear. Okay Dasha, let's go shopping and ignore them. Lin Ziluo called Dasha and strode towards the room where the store was located. It's best to be self-aware. As for whether they take this place as their own, it has nothing to do with Lin Ziluo. Watching the two people leaving, a subordinate came next to the boss and said, Boss, don't you have any ideas? This Dasha looks like a rich man at first glance. Although he is very strong, there are many of us. The bearded man gave him a cold look and said, Can a person who can become the 2nd-ranked person in the whole country be an ordinary person? Many people? They have killed more zombies than we have ever seen. He can easily kill you like kill zombie. It's a mercy that they're letting us go this time. Inside the store, Lin Ziluo has no idea what's going on outside. He almost drooled when he looked at the Magic City Badge of Honor. But the price of 200,000 is really outrageous. If he works harder, maybe he can collect enough gold coins before the city opens. He can't let anyone else buy it. With that in mind, Lin Ziluo pressed the buy button on the Magic City Guardian mark. Magic City Guardian mark was successfully purchased. Paid 9,000 coins. Player has 7,544 coins left. Magic City Guardian mark is now packaged in a card. Activate the card to get it. Lin Ziluo looks at the card in his hand and immediately activates it. After the end of the world, those who have made outstanding contributions to the city will receive exclusive access to purchase hidden goods. This man made no contribution, but he cracked the purchase permission with the help of the system. After purchasing the extremely rare Magic City Guardian mark, Lin Ziluo can't wait to activate it. Ding! Magic City Guardian mark is a diamond-level special item. When activated, it will be attached to your equipment. Please select where to activate, except for weapons. Lin Ziluo thought for a moment after hearing this, and decisively attached the mark to the Magic City Orderer's uniform. Just in time to put together a set. Ding! Magic City Guardian mark has been activated. Attribute 1, Recovery. The equipment on which the mark is located will have its auto-recovery speed increased significantly. Unless the equipment is damaged by more than 40%, it will be restored to its original state. 2. Majestic. Any player who is in Magic City and whose total attributes do not exceed yours makes a move against you, will reduce their attributes by 10% for 5 minutes. 3. Guard. As long as you are in Magic City, you can summon a guard droid to assist you in your battle. Can only be summoned once per day. Exists for 10 minutes at a time. The attributes of the guard robot will change according to changes in your attributes. That's awesome. Lin Ziluo was very excited when he saw this, then turned around and walked out. He was thinking of getting all these marks later when he had enough gold. But then the system poured cold water on him. Tip: a player can only purchase one mark. Then it seems that it is not possible to summon an army of guard droids. But this store says that the guard bots are based on the player's attributes. It didn't say what proportion they were based on. Never mind, I'll find out later when I summon one. Lin Ziluo then took Dasha and left the area at a fast pace. Meanwhile, in the People's Square of Magic City. Geographically, this is the center of Magic City. Since 7 o'clock last night, there's been a huge change. The buildings and greenery in the center of the square were reduced to ashes in an instant. And then a square pit was formed. 2 stone sculptures rise from the ground inside. One is a huge column, carved with a variety of weapons. The other stone sculpture is a huge sphere. There's also a small crystal ball in front of the sphere. Changes in this area attracted people nearby. A few brave souls teamed up and came here. The man in the group points to the crystal ball and guesses that this is the transfer table that was updated yesterday. Why don't we take a look around? Maybe we can find some useful supplies. That's what I thought. Maybe we'll find some good weapons. Just as the men were discussing, a short-haired girl in the group touched the crystal ball curiously. Xiaofei, don't touch it. The red-haired girl's face changed drastically and she hurriedly scolded. But it was too late, only to see a large amount of black mist suddenly appear around them. And a huge sense of oppression surged into everyone's heart, making people breathless. Upon seeing this, they quickly ran out of the pit. But just then, a translucent shield rumbles up over the edge of the pit. It completely enveloped everyone inside. Xiaofei, why can't you get rid of your habit of moving things around? How many times has that happened? Facing the accusations from her companions, the girl named Xiaofei curled her lips helplessly. How was I supposed to know that was a switch? I'll pay attention next time. Seeing no way out, they explored the pit. But at this moment, a huge creature suddenly emerged from the black mist and attacked a person. Nearly 4 meters tall. A dark skin. A face of unparalleled hideousness. Looking at the giant zombie in front of them, they were stunned and quickly checked its attributes. Bronze level boss, level 18. Attributes, talents, and skills are not shown. Outrageous. Because the level gap is so big, they can't check anything. The giant zombie then rushes towards the players. After 10 seconds or so, the group of level 5 and 6 people were all slaughtered by it. After all, the difference in power is too great. Several people failed to make any effective resistance, and they became a delicious meal for zombie. After taking out a few people, the giant zombie makes its way to the shield. But as soon as it touches the shield, it bounces off. After the end of the world, everyone has a chance to transfer once. But the process of transferring is a life-threatening one. Facing a level 18 boss, a normal person can only rely on human tactics. Otherwise, there's no resistance at all. When Lin Ziluo and Dasha arrive at the transfer table in the center of the city, there are already some people gathered around. The purpose of this trip was to take out the boss that was guarding the level. Approaching People's Square, Lin Ziluo clearly felt himself being watched by many pairs of eyes. A man hiding in the dark gloated and said, 2 more idiots. I didn't get a good look at how those guys got killed by the boss, so I'll get a better look this time. The friend next to him frowned. Didn't you hear the man in black calling the other man's name just now? Dasha. That's the ruthless person on the ranking list of Long Kingdom. Do you think Dasha could have killed that zombie? A woman inquired in confusion. It's not impossible. But those guys who just died were the best in our area. They didn't even scratch the skin of that zombie. Dasha couldn't have beaten it. Who knows? Let's wait to pick up the gear. We'll be rich if we get Dasha's gear. Before the man could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt a chill down his back. Turning his head, he saw Dasha staring coldly at him. Lin Ziluo is naturally aware that there are people in the shadows. He calls out to Dasha and continues on to his destination. Another 3 naive players? No point in wasting time on people like this. Then he leapt up and jumped into the pit. If I remember correctly, the guard boss of the Magic City transfer platform is a berserker-type zombie, also protected by doomsday games. The people who killed that guy in his last life were from the hunt for mercenaries. I don't know how strong this boss is. Ding! Magic City transition table. Activate the transfer table and kill the boss to get the transfer scroll. Bosses are protected by doomsday games. Touch the crystal ball or press the indentation of the handprint to activate a transfer quest. Once you activate the transfer quest, the shield will be raised. Neither the zombies nor the players inside the shield will be able to get out. but the players outside can come in. Only when the number of people reaches 30 will the inside and outside be completely isolated. If a player fails to kill the boss will swallow the player. The more players the boss eats, the higher the level will be. Strength will also be improved simultaneously. Lin Ziluo frowned slightly when he saw this. I remember in my last life there was a small city guard boss that ended up leveling up to over 40. As a result, everyone in that city never managed to transfer. They didn't transfer to another city until the city limits opened. Then he looked around and found a couple of supply cards by the crystal ball. Lin Ziluo happily pocketed the card. Actually, as long as you don't activate the quest and there aren't 30 people around, there's no danger of going into the pit and picking up equipment. Then he came to the crystal and put his hand on it. In an instant, a transparent shield went up. There were many cries of alarm in the shadows. Some people watched closely with the idea of watching a show. Detected player Jarius touching the mage profession transfer spirit bead. Forced to accept the task of activating the Magic City transfer table. Detected a total of 2 players in the current player team. Quest rewards will be greatly increased. The Magic City transfer table guardian boss will awaken soon. Players, please be prepared. Lin Ziluo was not worried at all after hearing this. With Jolly Bao in hand, he watches the spread of the black mist with vigilance. At that moment, the system's voice came back to his ears. Ding! The Golden Finger system has detected the host's activation of the quest. Activate the Magic City transfer table. Optimizing quest-related issues. After the end of the world, a level 18 Titan zombie has appeared. Humans with only level 6 or 7 are like walking delicacies to it. But this man was not the least bit afraid, and even took the initiative to provoke. As Lin Ziluo prepares to attack, a voice suddenly rings in his ear. Activate Magic City's transfer table. In response to the onslaught of horrible zombies, transfer tables have appeared in every city that allow players to gain professions. Only wanting to make a transfer, players need to prove that the city already has enough high-quality talents. Mission requirements: kill the guard boss. Reward: prestige, gold, experience, and a random high-level hidden profession scroll. Time limit: 12 hours. After hearing this, Lin Ziluo turned his head and looked at Dasha. If I get a mage profession, I'll use it. If I get a warrior profession, I'll give it to you. Dasha responded with a low growl of plausible comprehension. At this point, the black fog that had spread to its limits. A huge black zombie has emerged. Titan zombie, bronze level boss, level 19. Epic talent: Titan's body, pseudo. Strength, constitution, and attributes are improved. Physical and spell damage to body reduced by 10%. At the same time, the body's recovery ability is greatly increased. All attacks hit the enemy with a short stun effect. Skill: Titan's fist. One punch to the ground, and the surrounding area will shake violently. Deals 120% strength damage to all enemies in contact with the ground within range. Titan roar. After a roar, sends a sonic wave around the area. Increases your own attributes by 20% and decreases the attributes of surrounding enemies by 10%. Awesome! Lin Ziluo can't help but give a thumbs up after reading this. This zombie can be related to Titan. It is absolutely extraordinary. Still, he was confident he could take care of his opponent. After all, he has killed countless zombies and has many buffs. The other party has only been born for a day, and has only eaten a few people, and doesn't have a lot of combat experience. How can he compare to Lin Ziluo, the humanoid boss who receives rewards from the entire service? Ding! Detected that the host is facing Titan zombies. Successfully triggered mission: kill the Titan zombie. Requirements: kill the Titan zombie that serves as the guardian boss of the transfer table. Quest reward: extract a random common gold finger, a silver level equipment. Time limit: 24 hours. Lin Ziluo took a glance at the quest and accepted it. At the same time, the Jolly Bao in his hand has also been pulled away by him. The newly born Titan zombie is in a happy mood. It couldn't help but drool at the meal in front of it, until Lin Ziluo violently let go of the arrow in his hand. It only reacted from its craving for food, facing the incoming arrows. It raises its hands to block. The heat of the flames instantly burns the skin at the point of the arrow. Dasha, go hammer him. At Lin Ziluo's command, Dasha went into action. It leapt up, holding a bronze hammer and smashed towards the Titan zombie. the Titan zombie had to raise its other hand to block, since Dasha's attributes are far inferior to its opponent's, so the punch was easily taken. But Lin Ziluo had the ice arrow ready when Dasha charged. At that moment, the ice arrow was shot out instantly. It hits the Titan's arm again. A frost quickly appears where the arrow hit. Yes, I'm such a good archer. Lin Ziluo can't help but praise himself. He does like this kind of obscene long-range attrition play. The Titan's anger level has reached its peak due to successive sneak attacks. It raised its head and let out a roar. The invisible sound wave instantly spreads out in all directions. Lin Ziluo was affected and became dizzy. This talent is really something. It's so easy to trigger the stun effect. Lin Ziluo's stun was short-lived, and he recovered in no time. But Dasha was a different story. Lin Ziluo just looked back and saw Dasha, who was closer, get hit with a punch. After sending Dasha flying, the Titan zombie pulls out the arrow that was stuck in its arm with a hard, and then it made a mad dash towards Lin Ziluo. A level 19 Titan zombie is so powerful. Even Lin Ziluo and Dasha couldn't take it down. After knocking out Dasha with one punch, it then roars and charges at Lin Ziluo. And looking at the Titan zombie charging towards him, Lin Ziluo doesn't panic. He leaps up and nimbly dodges the attack. Then, before the other party could react, he poured a lot of spiritual power into Julie Bao. In the blink of an eye, 10 arrows were formed and shot directly at the Titan zombies. The Titan zombie is too big to dodge at all. It can only use its body to passively welcome the insertion of the arrow. It takes an arrow in the thigh, one in the arm, and one in the waist. And the last arrow passed close to its forehead, taking a lot of hair with it. At this time, the head of the Titan zombie is like a Mediterranean. There's no hair in the center, but the sides are very thick. It pulls away in fear. And then it gets down on the ground and starts digging. Lin Ziluo sees this and raises his bow to aim at it again. Leaving your back to the enemy has terrible consequences. With a whoosh, the arrow whistles with a gust of wind. But in the next second, the arrow was deflected by the Titan zombie corpse with a hardened piece of dirt. Lin Ziluo had a feeling that he could not do anything about it. Dasha used the fury of a lost mind. At the sound of those words, Dasha, who had risen from the ground, immediately let out a roar. Its body grew in size and turned a dark red. Lin Ziluo then added another fire. Dasha, when you fainted just now, this big zombie ate 5 of your roast chickens. Upon hearing this, Dasha's anger peaked at that one. It then charged towards the Titan zombie at full speed, directly smashing the boulder in front of the Titan zombie into pieces. With the blessing of skills, its current strength is not far behind its opponent. It already poses a sufficient threat to the opponent. Titan zombies had no choice but to face the battle. And Lin Ziluo is just sitting around looking for a good spot to shoot his arrows. Both zombies are strength type, and neither one can effectively suppress the other for a while. The Titan zombie stuck out its big butt and tensed up, preparing to exert force. Now's the time. Lin Ziluo immediately releases the arrow in his hand. In an instant, the arrow hit the Titan zombie's hip. With a snort, it froze on the spot. The fragile body blossomed and withered like a chrysanthemum. Lin Ziluo sucks in a breath of cold air when he sees this. He didn't mean to shoot there. It's Dasha's fault for pushing the Titan zombie into that position. At this moment, the Titan zombie explodes with unprecedented strength and throws Dasha off. Then it shuddered and drew the arrow from behind it. It didn't hurt. But it's the loss of the innocence it's preserved for decades. A Titan zombie's heart is filled with endless rage. Lin Ziluo waved his hand in embarrassment. I really didn't mean it, I swear. But how could the Titan zombies listen? At this point, all it can think about is one thing. It wants to tear Lin Ziluo apart. Unexpectedly, the powerful Titan zombie would have such a humiliating day. Not only was its hair shaved into the Mediterranean, even the innocence that had been preserved for decades was taken away. At this moment, it's so angry, it just wants to tear the person who started it all apart. But Dasha was up on the ground in no time at all, followed by a leap onto the Titan zombie's neck while it was not prepared. Then it kicked upwards, causing the Titan zombie to lose its balance and fall to the ground. After reacting, its muscles bulged out and turned over, restraining Dasha. Another great opportunity. Lin Ziluo then raises the Jolie bow again. The arrow condensed with frost was instantly shot at the same spot as last time. In the next second, the Titan zombie sucked in a breath of cold air. The golden chrysanthemums bloomed once more. Lin Ziluo couldn't help but exclaimed as if he felt the same thing. He originally aimed at the head position, but the other party actually turned over and made a headfirst posture. Looking into the angry eyes of the Titan zombie, Lin Ziluo apologizes with a quick wave of his hand. I really didn't mean it. Can you believe it? After the Titan zombie pulled out the ice arrow stuck in its body, it fell to the ground with a humiliating and angry plop. At this time, Dasha's The Fury of a Lost Mind also entered the skill cooldown state. Kill it while it's sick. Dasha, get out of the way. After Lin Ziluo reminded it, he instilled mental power and condensed 7 arrows. Dasha dodged to the side as the arrows came. The Titan zombie was unable to dodge, and was hit by all the arrows. With a rumble, the black mist spread out. Lin Ziluo had thought he had finished off his opponent. But the next second, a rapid prompt sounded in his ear. Attention, player Jarius. Due to the fact that you insulted the Titan zombie with your despicable tactics, the Titan zombie's rage managed to push the limit and fully activate the Titan bloodline. It evolved into a silver-level boss. Lin Ziluo was a little stunned after hearing this. The boss could evolve, he knew that. But it's awesome that it can evolve even when it's dying. At this point, the black fog clears. The original 3-meter-tall Titan zombie has swelled to nearly 5 meters. Many silver-white runes have appeared on its skin. Titan zombie. Silver boss, level 19, talent, Titan's body. Physical and spell damage to body is reduced by 20%. Body recovery is increased by a staggering amount. All attacks that hit an enemy will cause a stun and shatter effect. Skill, Titan's Fist. Blasts a fist into the ground, dealing 140% strength damage to all enemies in range. Titan Roar. Increases its own attributes by 20% and reduces the attributes of surrounding enemies by 15% after a roar. Titan's Wrath. Titan zombie keeps blasting the target in front of him. Each attack increases the power of the next attack by 10%, and this effect stacks up to 8 times. If the target escapes during this time, the Titan zombie's pursuit speed is increased by 50%. After reading it, Lin Ziluo cursed 10,000 swear words in his heart. DN, this attribute is almost the same as a gold-level boss of the same level. Ding! Goldfinger's system has detected the successful evolution of the Titan zombie. The difficulty of the mission has increased dramatically. The rewards for the Activate Magic City's transfer table and Kill Titan Zombies quests are being increased. Lin Ziluo was too late to check the reward details, because at that moment, the Titan zombies had already rushed over like mad cows. Every step it took left deep footprints in the dirt. He sees this and immediately pulls back and pulls away. Then he quickly draws his bow and fires a few arrows, though they all hit the Titan zombie. But after it was pulled out, its wound healed quickly. It seems that the lethality of bows and arrows is not enough. Then let's use the blade. After Lin Ziluo thought about it, he transformed Jiuli Bao into Jiuli Blade, and then swung a blade decisively at the zombies that were about to rush over. There was a bang, and there was a sound of metal colliding under the contact. Seeing this, Lin Ziluo takes a couple steps back, although his attack just now cut through his opponent's skin, but it still didn't cause much damage to it. He glances at Dasha in the distance. Obviously can't count on it. But I don't just have Dasha. He then reached for the Magic City Guardian mark on his chest. In an instant, a silver-colored robot appeared in front of him. And that's not all. Lin Ziluo pulls out the zombie cat's horn from his pouch. After blowing it, the lion-sized zombie cat appeared next to it. 10 minutes. Guardian droids only last 10 minutes. So he has to get rid of the Titan zombies in 10 minutes. With that in mind, he raised the Jiuli blade in his hand. The Titan zombie, who was humiliated repeatedly, eventually evolved into a silver-level boss when he was on the verge of death. Lin Ziluo also became cautious after seeing this scene. He summoned a guard droid and a zombie cat in quick succession. Then he raised the Jiuli blade in his hand again. Jiuli heavy chop skill activated. In the next second, a dazzling white light converged on the blade, like a burning white flame. The Titan zombies seemed to feel the power of this blow. It raised its fist and slammed it with all its strength. In an instant, the dazzling light of the blade collided with the Titan's fists. The air shook violently under this blow. After the brief contact, the Titan zombie's indestructible fist was cut with a huge wound by Jiuli blade. Its whole body couldn't help but fall far away. Ding! The stance enters a backlash period, and the player enters a frozen state for 2 seconds. At this point, the guard droid decisively strikes. From the moment the guard droid was summoned, Lin Ziluo realized it inherited 70% of its basic attributes, and its defense capabilities were greatly improved. It can be used as a meat shield. The guard droid leaps up. Holding its shield and charging up, it hit the Titan zombie that was about to get up. With one blow, the Titan zombie that had just gotten up lost its balance again. The zombie cat immediately jumped out from behind Lin Ziluo. Both sharp claws grabbed the back of the Titan zombie's hand at the same time, and the area it grabbed was exactly where it had just been cut by Jolie Heavy Chop. After being hit, the healing wounds of the Titan zombie not only expanded a bit, but the recovery speed also dropped a lot. At this point, Lin Ziluo's frozen state is finally lifted. He decisively activated his sprint skill, and quickly made his way to the Titan zombie's side. Aiming for the injured arm, he slashed through it. For an enemy with such a strong recovery ability, he knows that attacking one place with all his strength is the best option. The successive attacks caused one of the Titan zombie's arms to be temporarily disabled. After it reacted, it roared and gathered all the strength of its body, and suddenly hammered the ground with its other arm. Lin Ziluo was prepared for this. He jumped lightly and stayed in the air briefly, avoiding the attack. In the distance, Dasha is just getting over the dizziness from the side effects of the fury of a lost mind. But the dizziness was deepened by this hit. The body swayed and fell back to the ground again. After the vibration ended, Lin Ziluo also lifted the short-term hover effect and fell back to the ground. The Titan zombie, whose attack failed, then activated the abilities obtained from the silver level. Titan's Wrath. Its body continued to emit black mist, and its two arms also swelled up. Lin Ziluo saw this and hastened to formulate a strategy. According to the description of the skill, the power of its fist will become more and more powerful. It's almost impossible for him to bear it if he carries it forcefully. And if he chooses to dodge, the zombie's pursuit ability will be increased by 50%. So the difficulty is also very high. But one of its arms has been seriously injured. The speed of its fist swing cannot reach its peak state. So my response is to dance on the tip of a knife. Looking at the huge fist coming at him, Lin Ziluo instantly twists his body to avoid it. The next horizontally swung punch follows suit. He jumped sideways, narrowly escaping once more, followed by a third punch, a fourth. The Titan zombie threw a total of 8 punches, but he dodged them with weird postures. Then Lin Ziluo seized the opportunity. Jolie blade slashes straight out. The Titan zombie's neck is immediately cleaved open. The wound is almost a quarter of the way down the neck. One more strike and the Titan zombie will die. But then the beeps kept ringing in his ears. It has been detected that the current player team has increased by 1 person, so the rewards will be reduced after completing the mission. It has been detected that the current player team has increased by 1 person, so the rewards will be reduced after completing the mission. It keeps repeating several times. Obviously someone saw that the boss was about to be killed, so he wanted to forcefully join the mission to share the rewards. Lin Ziluo was extremely angry after hearing this. The moment Jolie blade was about to come into contact with the Titan zombie, Lin Ziluo directly diverted the direction and struck the Titan zombie's other shoulder. Then he coldly looked over the edge of the deep pit. Already, a few people were calling for their companions to jump down.